Welcome, weary wanderers and curious insomniacs, to another installment from Hollow Midnight. If you find yourself tangled in the quiet threads of a sleepless night, or simply enjoy the peculiar charm of history's more peculiar footnotes, do consider subscribing to our channel. Tonight, we delve into a chapter of history so astonishingly mundane, yet so profoundly impactful, it could only have happened in the opulent, bewildering world of 18th century European royalty. Chapter 1. The Royal Insomnia Epidemic. The year was 1783, and across the gilded salons and hushed bedchambers of Europe's most esteemed monarchies, a peculiar malaise had begun to unfurl its silken nocturnal wings. It started subtly, as most truly disruptive phenomena do, with a single uncharacteristic creak in the night, a misplaced snuff-box, or a crown found oddly askew on a statue of a forgotten ancestor. Initially, these were dismissed as the harmless eccentricities of aging potentates, the natural consequences of rich wines, richer foods, and the relentless boredom of absolute power. But then, the incidents multiplied, escalated, and converged into an undeniable, inexplicable epidemic. The royal houses of Europe were sleepwalking. It was not the quaint, innocent sleepwalking of a commoner who might, in their slumber, merely fetch a glass of water or rearrange their socks. No, this was a grandeur of somnambulism, befitting the exalted status of its unwitting practitioners. Duchess Amalia of Saxe-Weimar, known for her impeccable posture and even more impeccable political neutrality, was discovered one dawn meticulously pruning the palace rose gardens in her nightgown, humming a tune from a forgotten opera, her eyes wide open and entirely unfocused. The roses, it was noted, had never looked better. Soon after, King Frederick William II of Prussia, a man whose waking hours were largely dedicated to the strategic deployment of his magnificent wigs, was found attempting to conduct an invisible orchestra in the grand ballroom, using a gilded candelabra as his baton, narrowly avoiding an international incident when a visiting ambassador almost became an unintended precaution. The affliction spread like a particularly contagious yawn through the interconnected arteries of royal bloodlines. It was whispered that a shared dream of a perfectly arranged topiary garden, or perhaps a collective ancestral memory of a particularly comfortable cloud, had somehow triggered this widespread nocturnal perambulation. Whatever its cause, it quickly became a significant, if often unacknowledged, aspect of courtly life. Courtiers developed an entirely new set of skills. The subtle art of guiding a sleepwalking monarch away from precarious balustrades or valuable porcelain, the delicate maneuver of retrieving a signing pen from a dreaming sovereign's hand just before they inadvertently decreed universal suffrage for squirrels, and the quiet to explain away a king's nocturnal habit of redistributing the palace's entire collection of ceremonials. The physicians, those venerable men of science whose primary tools were leeches and Latin phrases, were utterly baffled. They prescribed everything from cold compresses to warm milk, from vigorous horseback riding during the day to the placing of specially blessed pebbles under pillows at night. None of it worked. In fact, some remedies seemed to exacerbate the condition. One eminent German physician, Dr. Aloysius Kessel, suggested a diet of boiled cabbage and interpretive dance, which resulted in Grand Duke Leopold of Tuscany sleepwalking directly into a pond, convinced he was a particularly elegant swan. His subsequent cold, rather than his damp dignity, was the more pressing concern. What made this epidemic truly bizarre was not just the volume of sleepwalkers, but the nature of their unconscious activities. These were not random wanderings. The Royal Insomnia Epidemic, as it came to be known by those daring enough to name such an undignified phenomenon, seemed to unlock hidden talents or suppressed desires. Prince Regent Louis-Philippe of France, normally a man of profound indecision, began, in his sleep, to compose surprisingly coherent military strategies, often sketching them out on the backs of menus or the gowns of bewildered ladies-in-waiting. Countess Isolde of Austria, notorious for her atrocious needlework, would, while deep in slumber, produce tapestries of breathtaking complexity, depicting scenes of pastoral bliss, or on one memorable occasion, an anatomically precise study of a badger's digestive system. The nobility, initially mortified, eventually settled into a strange, uneasy coexistence with their nocturnal selves. Elaborate systems were put in place. Velvet ropes across staircases, strategically placed guards who were instructed to simply observe and redirect rather than awaken, and even dedicated sleep carers, whose job it was to ensure that a perambulating duke did not accidentally declare war on a neighboring duchy while attempting to open a particularly stubborn jar. Rumors began to circulate about entire diplomatic meetings conducted by somnambulists, with agreements struck and treaties initialed, only for the participants to wake utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in international relations. One particularly vexing incident involved the Treaty of Flensburg, a crucial trade agreement between Denmark and Sweden, which was reportedly signed by King Christian VII of Denmark while he was attempting to stack all the silverware in the palace into a precarious tower, and by King Gustav III while he was passionately debating the merits of various cheeses with an imaginary courtier. Both monarchs awoke to a treaty they vaguely remembered, but whose specific clauses felt entirely alien, yet legally binding. This widespread royal sleepwalking, initially a source of scandal and quiet amusement, gradually began to exert a subtle but undeniable pressure on the delicate balance of European power. Unconscious decisions had unforeseen consequences. Unintentional slights led to simmering resentments. The very notion of sovereignty, already a fragile construct built on divine right and human fallibility, began to feel even more precarious when monarchs could not even guarantee their own waking hours. It was no longer merely an amusing affliction. It was a genuine administrative nightmare, a source of unpredictable chaos in an age that desperately craved order. It was in this atmosphere of elegant disarray, of courtly confusion and widespread nocturnal wandering, that a rather audacious, some might say utterly deranged, idea began to germinate. An idea born of desperation, perhaps, or merely the peculiar logic that often dictates the course of events when all reasonable solutions have failed. If the royals insisted on sleepwalking, if it was an incurable malady that blurred the lines between statecraft and somnolence, then why not, some whispered, harness it? Why not turn this bizarre vulnerability into a demonstration of something? Perhaps a competition? The notion, initially dismissed as the ramblings of a particularly sleep-deprived valet, slowly gained traction. It began as a joke, then a daring proposition, and finally, amidst the growing exasperation with their uncontrollably ambulatory majesties, it became the only logical, albeit utterly absurd, solution. If they would not sleep in their beds, perhaps they could at least sleepwalk for a purpose. And thus, the stage was inadvertently set for a spectacle that would ultimately reshape the political landscape of the continent. The first royal sleepwalking contest. Chapter 2. King Ludwig's Midnight Strolls. King Ludwig II of Bavaria was, by all accounts during his waking hours, a monarch of unremarkable consistency. He enjoyed a good schnitzel, held an unwavering belief in the divine right of kings, provided that the kings in question were always of his own lineage, and possessed a truly admirable collection of embroidered waistcoats. His reign was marked by a quiet, almost imperceptible efficiency, interrupted only by the occasional diplomatic squabble over a particularly fertile patch of turnip fields, or the precise shade of blue allowed on a regimental banner. He was, in essence, the very embodiment of the term sleeping sovereign, even before his nightly perambulations began. Yet, it was King Ludwig who would unwittingly become the poster child, the unwitting muse for the royal sleepwalking contest. His somnambulism was not merely an occasional lapse. It was a nightly odyssey, a grand, if entirely unconscious, performance that consistently outshone the more sporadic efforts of his fellow European royals. While other monarchs might wander to the kitchen for a midnight snack or rearrange a few dusty scrolls in the library, Ludwig, in his slumber, embarked upon projects of bewildering ambition and baffling execution. It started innocently enough, as these things always do, with the discovery of his royal nightshirt draped over the highest spire of the palace chapel. The first time it was assumed a prank, perhaps by a disgruntled stable boy or a particularly adventurous squirrel. The second time, when the royal scepter was found balanced precariously atop a weather vane, perfectly aligned with the rising sun, the court began to suspect something more profound was amiss. It was quickly deduced, through careful observation by a team of increasingly exasperated night guards and a rather brave chamberlain, that King Ludwig himself was the culprit. His particular brand of sleepwalking involved an almost preternatural ability for architectural re-engineering and landscape design. In his waking life, Ludwig had displayed no discernible artistic talent, beyond perhaps the meticulous folding of his linen handkerchiefs. But come midnight, a transformation occurred. He would emerge from his royal bedchamber, often fully dressed in a variety of mismatched garments, a riding boot on one foot, a silk slipper on the other, a ceremonial sash draped over his shoulder like a toga, and proceed to meticulously dismantle and reassemble various palace fixtures. One memorable week saw the entire royal library rearranged alphabetically, not by author or subject, but by the precise shade of leather binding. Another incident involved the removal of every single painting from the grand salon, only for them to be discovered, neatly stacked and meticulously categorized by the number of dogs depicted, in the royal stables. The most famous, or perhaps infamous, of King Ludwig's nocturnal exploits involved the palace gardens. These were, in their waking state, a triumph of manicured precision, designed by a renowned French landscaper to symbolize the absolute order of the Bavarian monarchy. Every bush was trimmed to within an inch of its life, every flower bed a geometric marvel. But King Ludwig, in his sleep, saw potential for organic chaos. One morning, the court awoke to find the perfectly symmetrical rose garden replaced by a sprawling, tangled wilderness of vines and thorny bushes, arranged in a pattern that, upon closer inspection, resembled a sleeping dragon. The rose bushes themselves had been replanted, with surprising horticultural finesse, to spell out the word snooze in ancient Germanic script across the vast lawn. The royal gardeners, who had spent decades cultivating the gardens to perfection, wept openly into their secateurs. Then there was the notorious Great Fountain relocation incident. Ludwig, in a state of profound nocturnal contemplation, decided the central fountain in the main courtyard was entirely in the wrong place. Over the course of 3 consecutive nights, with an almost unbelievable feat of unconscious engineering, he managed to disassemble the massive marble structure, piece by laborious piece, and reconstruct it perfectly in the middle of the royal tennis court. The subsequent tennis match, played with fountains of water arcing over the players' heads, became an oddly popular, if somewhat damp, spectator sport for a brief period. The court architect, a man whose sanity was already hanging by a thread, retired to a secluded monastery shortly thereafter, muttering about fluid dynamics and the inherent unpredictability of the royal unconscious. The sheer scale and repetitive nature of Ludwig's sleepwalking feats began to cause significant logistical and financial strain on the Bavarian trade. Hiring teams of night watchmen to simply observe and document his activities became a necessity. Recovering misplaced crown jewels from the bottom of the royal duck pond, reattaching chandeliers to ceilings after they had been used as impromptu trapezes, and painstakingly realphabetizing the royal archives every other week were costly, time-consuming endeavors. The royal ministers, perpetually haggard and sporting ever darker circles under their eyes, found their days increasingly consumed by undoing the previous night's unconscious mischief. Negotiations with neighboring states were often derailed by Ludwig's accidental redrawing of borderlines on the palace map with an ink-soaked feather, or his tendency to declare imaginary wars on furniture. It was during a particularly trying morning, after Ludwig had, in his sleep, meticulously re-wallpapered the entire throne room with tapestries depicting various types of fungi, that Minister Klaus von Zephyr, a man known for his unflappable demeanor and a collection of particularly stout umbrellas, finally snapped. He stood before the assembled court, his usually immaculate wig slightly askew, and declared, with a voice trembling, not from anger but from sheer, profound exhaustion, "If His Majesty insists on conducting such elaborate projects in his sleep, then perhaps we should give him a purpose." The idea initially received with the same stunned silence that usually followed. The sheer, overwhelming predictability of Ludwig's unpredictable nocturnal excursions made him, paradoxically, the perfect subject for an experiment. If he could move an entire fountain, if he could rearrange a library by binding color, if he could write snooze in rose bushes, then surely this remarkable, if disruptive, talent could be channeled. The notion that such a pervasive, baffling, and inconvenient royal malady could be transformed into a spectacle, a competition, a bizarre demonstration of royal fortitude, or at least royal unconscious endurance, began to take hold. The ministers reasoned that if Ludwig, in his unshakable nocturnal determination, could be convinced, or rather unconsciously guided, to perform specific, pre-approved tasks, then perhaps the broader royal insomnia epidemic could be tamed, or at least redirected. It was a desperate gamble, a venture into uncharted psychological and political territory. But the alternative was simply more misplaced scepters, more rearranged gardens, more imaginary wars, and an ever-increasing stack of bills for palace repairs and the urgent re-alphabetization of ancient treaties. The sheer absurdity of the situation, the growing exasperation with their unmanageable monarchs, and King Ludwig's consistent, almost theatrical, nightly performances all converged. His midnight strolls, once a source of private mortification and public gossip, became the catalyst. The idea blossomed from a weary suggestion into a bold, unprecedented proposal, a formal international contest of royal sleepwalkers. It was hoped that such an event would not only bring some measure of control to the widespread phenomenon, but also perhaps provide some much-needed entertainment in an era of otherwise predictable courtly rituals. If the monarchs insisted on sleepwalking, then they might as well do it on a stage with rules and perhaps for a prize. And so King Ludwig VII, the unwitting architect of nocturnal chaos, became the accidental inspiration for one of Europe's most peculiar and politically charged events. His unconscious creativity, his relentless re-engineering of the palace, his signature snooze written in roses, all served as a bizarre, compelling argument for the utterly preposterous idea of a royal sleepwalking contest. A grand spectacle designed to turn a royal embarrassment into a matter of international prestige. Chapter 3. The grand announcement, the lingering scent of last night's fungal tapestries still clung to the velvet drapes of the Bavarian throne room. A peculiar, earthy aroma that served as a constant, subtle reminder of King Ludwig VII's indefatigable nocturnal pursuits. It was against this backdrop of lingering absurdity and the quiet hum of aristocratic exasperation that the fateful decision was made. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, whose previously ironclad nerves had been slowly unraveled by months of charting the sovereign's somnambulant architectural escapades, had successfully lobbied the king to formalize the previously outlandish notion. It was no longer a desperate whisper in the antechamber. It was to be an official decree. The time had come, Zephyr argued, for Europe to face its collective royal sleepwalking problem with a unified, if entirely unconventional, approach. The king, surprisingly lucid after a night spent unbeknownst to him, meticulously polishing every single brass button on the uniforms of the royal guard, had merely grunted his assent, perhaps mistaking Zephyr's impassioned plea for a new royal decree concerning the acceptable curvature of radish sprouts. And so, on a crisp autumn morning, amidst the usual pomp and circumstance of a royal court assembly, with courtiers rustling in silks and officers clanking in their ceremonial swords, King Ludwig VII, looking impeccably groomed and entirely unaware of his recent midnight activities, ascended his throne. The air, usually thick with murmured gossip and the barely concealed rivalries of the nobility, was unusually charged. Whispers had spread through the palace like wildfire, carried by a particularly mischievous breeze. A momentous announcement was imminent, something entirely unprecedented, even for a court that had grown accustomed to the daily unveiling of a new, sleep-induced rearrangement of their most treasured artifact. The herald, a man whose voice usually boomed with the gravitas of a collapsing glacier, cleared his throat with an almost nervous tremor. He unrolled a scroll so vast it nearly touched the marble floor, its parchment gilded with the royal seal. The assembled dignitaries leaned forward, some with anticipation, others with a palpable sense of dread. Had the king declared war on the Duchy of Saxony over a particularly offensive potato? Had he decided to outlaw all forms of cheese? The possibilities, in a world where royal unconsciousness now shaped policy, were endless and terrifying. "Hear ye! Hear ye!" the herald began, his voice cracking slightly on the second "hear ye." By the divine grace and royal decree of his most gracious majesty, Ludwig VII, King of Bavaria, and protector of the Alpine gnomes, it is hereby proclaimed. He paused dramatically, allowing the tension to coil in the room. That in light of the widespread and persistent nocturnal perambulations afflicting the noble houses of this continent, and with a view towards fostering greater understanding, unique athletic endeavor, and, indeed, restful slumber, a grand competition shall be held. A collective gasp, a rustle of silks, and a few dropped monocles punctuated the silence that followed. The court buzzed with bewildered murmurs. A competition? For what? Jousting? Chess? The precise art of maintaining a perfectly coiffed wig through a gale-force wind. The herald, emboldened by the sheer magnitude of his pronouncement, continued, "This competition, unprecedented in the annals of royal history, shall be known as the Grand Royal Somnambulist Challenge, to determine, once and for all, the most restless noble of Europe." A wave of reaction swept through the court. On one side, a smattering of giggles, quickly stifled by stern looks from older, more dignified figures. On the other, outright outrage. Duchess Wilhelmina of Württemberg, a woman whose lineage could be traced back to the invention of boredom, dramatically fanned herself, her face a mask of mortification. A sleepwalking contest, she hissed to her bewildered lady-in-waiting. The very notion is an affront to the dignity of the crown. Are we to parade our unconscious weaknesses for public amusement? What next? A contest for the loudest royal snore. But not everyone was dismayed. A spark of intrigue, even excitement, ignited in the eyes of younger, more adventurous nobles. Prince Maximilian of Baden, known for his daring escapades and a penchant for collecting rare butterflies, leaned over to his aid. A competition of nocturnal wandering? Now, a tie is something one could win without having to actually aid or anything. Imagine the prestige, the tales. He seemed to envision himself, in his sleep, performing astonishing feats of unconscious agility, perhaps navigating a labyrinth made of ancient tapestries, all while draped in a heroic nightshirt. Indeed, the excitement, though quieter than the outrage, was perhaps more profound. For centuries, royal prestige had been measured in wars won, alliances forged, and the sheer number of gilded carriages one possessed. But now, In this era of widespread royal somnambulism, a new bizarre metric had emerged. To be the most restless noble might not sound like a lofty title, but in a world where everyone else was also sleepwalking, it hinted at a certain peculiar unconscious mastery. It offered a chance for glory without the messy business of actual thought or effort. The decree laid out the basic framework. Invitations would be dispatched to every major royal house across Europe. Participants would arrive with their retinues, their physicians, and their dedicated sleep carers. A grand arena would be constructed, specifically designed for the nocturnal wanderings of the nobility. Rules, though still vague, would involve observation, a scoring system for complexity of movement, and perhaps a penalty for accidental awakenings or, worse, snoring too loudly. The prize, yet to be determined, was hinted at being something of immense symbolic and practical value, which everyone assumed meant a particularly opulent, yet utterly useless, bedchamber accessory. The immediate aftermath of the announcement was chaotic. Diplomats scrambled to decipher the true political implications of such an event. Was it a veiled insult, a display of Bavarian eccentricity, or a cunning ploy to expose the weaknesses of rival monarchs? The Austrian ambassador, Count von Kappel, a man so meticulous he ironed his shoelaces, immediately dispatched a coded message to Vienna. "The Bavarians have gone entirely mad," it read. "They propose a contest of sleepwalking. Advise on response. Should we participate, or declare it a casus belli for crimes against royal decorum?" The various royal physicians who had long since given up on curing the epidemic were suddenly thrust into the limelight. Their previous failures now seemed less like incompetence, and more like a mysterious expertise. Dr. Aloysius Kessel, whose advice had once led a duke into a pond, now found himself consulted as an expert on somnambulant kinetics. He began to theorize about a royal sleepwalking style, suggesting that some monarchs might possess a natural grace in their unconscious movements, while others were merely prone to clumsy stumbling. This, he argued, could be cultivated with appropriate nightly preparation of the environment. The outrage, initially loud and indignant, slowly began to morph into a reluctant curiosity, then a simmering competitive spirit. No monarch wanted to admit their royal household was afflicted with such a peculiar ailment, yet none wanted to be left out of a potential demonstration of unconscious prowess. The underlying current was clear. If anyone was going to have the most restless noble, it would certainly not be the Belgians or the Swedes or even, heaven forbid, the French. There was a subtle yet undeniable challenge embedded in Ludwig's absurd decree. It was a contest of national pride, conducted in the realm of the unconscious. And so the stage was set, not for a battle of wits or a display of military might, but for a spectacle of profound, dignified, and utterly involuntary wandering. Europe, ever a continent of paradoxes, prepared for a competition that would define prestige not by what its monarchs achieved in their waking hours, but by the mysterious, unscripted dramas that unfolded in the depths of their slumber. The very thought of it was exhausting, but then again, that was precisely the point. Chapter 4. Rules of the Somnambulant Game. The announcement had been made, the invitations dispatched, and the initial wave of outrage and bewilderment had begun to recede, replaced by a strange, almost nervous anticipation. Europe held its breath, or rather it yawned collectively, awaiting the precise specifications of this unprecedented somnambulant spectacle. The challenge, it quickly became apparent to the organizing committee, headed by the perpetually exasperated minister Klaus von Zephyr, and an equally beleaguered royal physician, Dr. Kessel, was not merely to stage a sleepwalking contest. The true labyrinthine task lay in defining its rules. How precisely does one officiate unconscious excellence? How does one judge a performance delivered by a mind utterly devoid of intentionality? The very premise was an administrative nightmare, wrapped in velvet absurdity, tied with a silken bow of diplomatic tension. The initial draft of the rules, scribbled on parchment that quickly became stained with spilled midnight tea, and the tears of exhausted scribes, was a testament to the sheer desperation of its authors. It began with the fundamental, non-negotiable principle: no contestant was to be awakened. This, of course, presented the first immediate conundrum. How then does one guide, observe, or even acknowledge a sleepwalker without jostling them into wakefulness and thus immediate disqualification? The solution, arrived at after much debate and several unfortunate incidents involving alarmed guards and an unconscious archduke in a particularly precarious position atop a chandelier, was the implementation of whispering pages. These were specially trained attendants, clad in felt-soled slippers and possessing voices like the rustle of autumn leaves, whose sole purpose was to discreetly follow their assigned noble, redirecting them from genuine peril with the softest of murmurs or the gentlest of nudges, always ensuring not to break the fragile spell of their They were, in essence, highly paid, deeply weary nocturnal babysitters for the most powerful people in Europe. Scoring was where the true genius, or perhaps the true madness, of the rules emerged. There would be 3 primary categories, each weighted equally, to ensure a comprehensive, if entirely subjective, assessment of somnambulant prowess. The first and most straightforward was distance traversed. Each participant would wear a specially designed, utterly impractical pedometer, a small, intricate mechanism of gears and springs strapped to their ankle, which would clatter softly with each unconscious step. This would measure the sheer ground covered within the designated contest zone, primarily the palace grounds, its labyrinthine corridors, and on occasion, a particularly expansive and well-lit ballroom. The challenge here was less about the pedometer's accuracy and more about its ability to remain attached to the ankle of a noble who might, in their sleep, decide to reenact the siege of Vienna using garden gnomes as siege engines. The second category, ominously titled creative expression, was where the more flamboyant and inexplicable aspects of the royal insomnia epidemic truly came into play. This was a measure of the uniqueness, artistry, or practical utility of the actions performed while asleep. Points would be awarded for anything from spontaneously composing a sonnet on a garden wall with a piece of charcoal, to rearranging the entire royal silverware collection into a startlingly accurate diorama of the Battle of Waterloo, to, as King Ludwig had once famously done, re-wallpapering an entire room with tapestries woven from stolen palace curtains. The judging panel for this category, a collection of notoriously finicky art critics, a celebrated, though slightly mad, playwright and an elderly botanist who claimed to understand the secret language of plants, would convene each morning to assess the previous night's unconscious creations. The scoring was entirely at their discretion, leading to predictable accusations of favoritism, based on whether a sleepwalking monarch's unconscious sculpture of cheese resembled a critic's ant, or merely a particularly lumpy cloud. Finally, and perhaps most controversially, there was the category of obstacle negotiation and grace. This category sought to quantify the elegance and dexterity with which a sleepwalking noble navigated the various environmental challenges of the palace. Points were given for silently ascending a grand staircase without tripping, for gracefully avoiding an ornate but cumbersome piece of furniture, for subtly bypassing a snoozing guard without waking him or herself, and for generally maintaining a regal bearing even while completely insensible. Deductions were made for clumsy bumping into objects, for disturbing the peace with untoward snoring, or for any action that could be construed as unroyal, such as attempting to steal a biscuit from the kitchen larder even if performed entirely in slumber. A special bonus was awarded for any noble who managed to, in their sleep, perform an act of unexpected kindness, such as tucking a stray blanket around a chilly sentinel or neatly folding a forgotten napkin. This particular clause was inserted after the Duke of Brunswick, in a fit of nocturnal philanthropy, had once meticulously shined the shoes of every single stable boy in the ducal mews, much to their bewildered gratitude. The logistics of judging were, to put it mildly, complicated. Each whispering page was armed with a quill and a small, leather-bound notebook, in which they were to meticulously record every step, every unconscious gesture, every whispered word, and every bizarre creative endeavor undertaken by their charge. These notes, often frantic and filled with cross-outs and ink blots from the dim light of a lantern, would then be presented to the judging panel at dawn. Disputes were inevitable. How does one accurately measure the distance a noble traversed while inexplicably attempting to climb a drainpipe? Was the Countess of Valois' spontaneous arrangement of dried flowers into the shape of a disgruntled badger truly a work of creative genius? Or merely a random collection of floral debris? The debates were often more passionate and certainly more coherent than the actions of the contestants themselves. Further rules were added with a dizzying frequency as unforeseen eventualities arose. There was the no self-awakening clause, strictly enforcing that waking up, even accidentally, would lead to immediate disqualification. Then the no external interference rule, prohibiting any deliberate attempts by family or staff to influence a contestant's sleepwalking trajectory, though the subtle placement of a favorite cheese or a particularly comfortable armchair in a desired direction was deemed acceptable as environmental encouragement. A particularly contentious rule, born from the King of Portugal's unfortunate habit of sleep-singing forgotten sea shanties at ear-splitting volume, decreed that any contestant who disturbed the sleep of other contestants or the judging panel with excessive noise would face a penalty. This led to a brief but intense diplomatic kerfuffle with Portugal, who claimed this was a direct assault on their national nocturnal cultural heritage. The prize for the noble crowned the most restless noble remained deliberately vague, hinting at a commemorative bauble of unparalleled gaudiness and political significance. The true prize, it was understood, was the national prestige, the awed respect, and perhaps the faint hope that channeling these unpredictable nocturnal energies into a competition might, somehow, bring a semblance of order back to the royal courts of Europe. It was a grand, baffling experiment, born of desperation and the peculiar logic of the 18th century, designed not to cure the royal insomnia epidemic, but to manage it, to observe it, and perhaps to find some twisted, ironic glory within its chaotic embrace. As the final copies of the rules were dispatched to the eager, or perhaps merely utterly bewildered, participating royal houses, a collective sigh of exhaustion, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of excitement, swept across the continent. The stage was set, the rules were defined, however loosely, and the greatest, most peculiar contest in European history was about to begin. Chapter 5. Contestants and their quirks, the crisp autumn air, usually filled with the scent of burning leaves and the distant murmur of courtly intrigue, now carried a distinct aroma of nervous anticipation, and, in some cases, surprisingly strong lavender from the sleep sachets of arriving dignitaries. Following the grand announcement, the gilded carriages of Europe's most peculiar monarchs and nobles began to roll into the Bavarian capital, each bringing with them not only their vast retinues and even vaster trunks of ceremonial attire, but also their own unique, utterly confounding nocturnal habit. The competition, initially viewed as either a diplomatic blunder or a royal jest gone awry, had now taken on an almost sacred significance. Winning would mean not just bragging rights, but perhaps a newfound, if highly unusual, form of national prestige in an age where royal dignity was increasingly measured by one's ability to maintain a straight face while their sovereign walked off with the entire cutlery collection. Among the first to arrive, naturally, was King Ludwig VII of Bavaria himself, the unwitting catalyst of this entire bizarre enterprise. His royal bedchamber, already a fortress of padded walls and strategically placed velvet barriers, had been further augmented with an entire team of whispering pages, all of whom had developed an uncanny ability to communicate solely through a series of almost imperceptible hums and gentle reiterations. Ludwig's sleepwalking, as the kingdom well knew, was not mere wandering. It was a nightly architectural ballet, a spontaneous re-engineering of his surroundings. His superstition, a whispered secret among his closest valets, was that he must sleep on a mattress stuffed with the dried, finely ground leaves of a rare Bavarian mountain herb, known only as Gissamnus domesticus. He believed this particular herb not only softened his repose, but also amplified his unconscious spatial awareness, allowing him to dismantle and reassemble intricate palace structures with uncanny precision. His sleep dramas often involved a tireless effort to improve the flow of the palace, which usually meant moving heavy statues into the kitchens or creating new, entirely unnecessary archways in solid walls. His whispering pages were prepared with miniature toolkits, ready to assist him in his nocturnal carpentry, or more frequently, to discreetly catch falling masonry, or replace a chandelier he had decided would look better as a footstool. The betting pools amongst the lower court staff heavily favored Ludwig, given his extensive and well-documented portfolio of unconscious infrastructure projects. From Saxe-Weimar came Duchess Amalie, a woman whose waking hours were a masterclass in composed elegance and diplomatic discretion. In her sleep, however, she transformed into a relentless, visionary horticulturist. Her sleepwalking, as detailed in hushed tones amongst the early arrivals, revolved around an intense desire to cultivate the most exotic and improbable flora imaginable. She arrived with a retinue that included not just ladies-in-waiting, but a dedicated team of botanists armed with seed packets and tiny watering cans. Duchess Amalie's particular superstition dictated that she must sleep with her bare feet touching a small, precisely cultivated patch of earth brought with her in a specially designed velvet-lined planter. It was believed this direct contact with the soil allowed her to commune with the plant kingdom in her slumber, inspiring her to create gardens of unparalleled, if impractical. Her nocturnal projects often involve the spontaneous propagation of glowing fungi in dimly lit corridors, or the meticulous arrangement of ivy to form intricate, moving portraits on palace walls. Her whispering pages were particularly nimble, often found delicately replanting a misplaced rose bush or attempting to guide a sleepwalking duchess away from a patch of particularly aggressive night-blooming nettles, which she seemed intent on turning into a topiary of a sleeping badger. King Frederick William II of Prussia arrived with a flourish, though his sleepwalking was far more sonorous than most. His nocturnal habit involved conducting an invisible orchestra, but over time, his performances had grown more ambitious. He now, in his sleep, attempted to recruit actual musicians, often found attempting to teach an unwitting flautist a new concerto in the dead of night, using a royal riding crop as a baton. His superstition was intensely precise, a single perfectly tuned tuning fork, crafted from Prussian steel and blessed by the royal chaplain, Yadi, to be placed beneath his pillow. Without it, his silent symphonies would devolve into a discordant cacophony of imagined bagpipes and clashing cymbals. Or worse, he would attempt to conduct actual palace furniture, leading to broken chairs and splintered tables. His whispering pages were selected for their impeccable sense of rhythm and their ability to mimic the quiet encouragement of a concertmaster. They often found themselves standing in silent formation, nodding along to an unheard masterpiece, subtly ensuring the king did not, in his sleep-induced fervor, attempt to use a sleeping guard as a drum. From the opulent courts of France came Prince Regent Louis Philippe, a man renowned for his profound indecision during the day, yet a tactical genius by night. His sleepwalking involved the meticulous planning and execution of intricate, often anachronistic military campaigns. He would arrange battles with everything from miniature pewter soldiers to actual bewildered palace cats, deploying them with surprising strategic acumen across the grand reception halls. His chosen superstition was a small, tarnished lead soldier, said to be from Napoleon Bonaparte's personal toy collection, which he believed granted him unparalleled military insight in his sleep. Should it be misplaced, his nocturnal campaigns would descend into chaos, with battalions of teacups charging hopelessly against regiments of embroidered cushions. His whispering pages were primarily former military strategists, tasked with documenting his bizarre tactical maneuvers on vast rolls of parchment, often retrieved from under the royal carpet. They were adept at subtly moving a particularly stubborn armchair that represented an enemy fortress, or repositioning a sleeping scullery maid who had become, in the prince's unconscious mind, a key strategic objective. Then there was Countess Isolde of Austria, whose waking life was a whirlwind of gossip and extravagant fashion. Her nocturnal life, however, was dedicated to the creation of stunning, often politically charged, tapestries. She would unravel existing tapestries, or even curtains and noblemen's scarves, and reweave them into intricate narratives depicting everything from the secret love affairs of court jesters to surprisingly accurate prophecies about the coming year's potato harvest. Her superstition was a small silver thimble, passed down through generations, which she believed channeled the creative spirit of her ancestresses directly into her sleeping fingers. Without it, her tapestries would become a jumbled mess of threads, resembling a bird's nest after a particularly violent storm. Her whispering pages often found themselves untangling miles of silk thread from various unsuspecting objects, or quietly replacing a purloined tablecloth before its absence was noticed at breakfast. A particularly intriguing entrant was Baroness Ingrid von Svensson from Sweden, a woman known for her icy demeanor and her vast, meticulously organized collection of antique spoons. Her sleepwalking, however, was an entirely different affair. Baroness Ingrid in her slumber became a meticulous, albeit unconventional, curator of history. She would wander the palace, silently gathering historical artifacts from display cases, dusty corners, or even other nobles' personal effects, and then meticulously rearrange them into cryptic, emotionally resonant tableaux. A Roman bust might find itself cradling a medieval prayer book, while a Viking helmet sat atop a precarious tower of porcelain teacups. Each arrangement, she seemed to suggest, telling a silent, profound story of shared human experience. Her superstition was a specific unwashed linen nightcap, inherited from a distant, clairvoyant relative, which she believed amplified the spiritual vibrations of ancient objects, allowing her to perceive their hidden narratives. Her whispering pages, often found covered in dust and cobwebs, were tasked with noting down the exact placement of each relocated artifact, as her waking self would have no memory of her nocturnal curations, leading to frantic searches for missing royal decrees or a duke's prize-winning snuff-box, only for them to be found in a bizarre, artistic display in the scullery. She had once, in a particularly prolific night, rearranged an entire wing of the Bavarian National Museum's exhibits, creating narratives so compellingly bizarre that the museum director bravely considered adopting it as a permanent installation. The most unusual contender, perhaps, was Duke Casimir of Poland, a man whose waking hours were a blur of enthusiastic, if slightly clumsy, hunting and boisterous laughter. In his sleep, however, Duke Casimir transformed into a silent, intensely focused cartographer. He would roam the palace grounds, and, occasionally, the adjacent town, drawing incredibly detailed, often prophetic, maps of the future, or perhaps alternative realities. These maps, rendered in anything from spilled wine to meticulously arranged pebbles, would depict new trade routes, undiscovered continents, or even, once memorably, a precise blueprint for a multi-tiered cheese grater that could also play the violin. His superstition was to sleep with a small, perfectly spherical polished stone, found at the confluence of 3 ancient rivers, clutched in his hand. He believed this stone acted as a compass for his unconscious mind, guiding him to unseen geographical truths. His whispering pages, a cadre of ex-explorers and retired navigators, found themselves charting his nightly meanderings with compasses and sextants, often trying to decipher the meaning of a new mountain range, drawn in breadcrumbs on the grand dining table, or a river of spilled ink flowing across the ballroom floor. As these peculiar personalities gathered, the air grew thick with unspoken anticipation. Each noble arrived not just as a contestant, but as a living, breathing, sleepwalking testament to the bizarre, unpredictable nature of the royal insomnia epidemic. The stage was now truly set, not for a competition of skill or intellect, but for a grand, bewildering display of the unconscious mind, where true genius might emerge from the most unlikely and most profoundly asleep places. The court, the nations, and indeed Europe itself, waited to see which noble, in their deepest slumber, would truly prove to be the most gloriously, bewilderingly restless. Chapter 6. The first night. Chaos unleashed as dusk deepened into the inky embrace of the first contest night. An unusual hush fell over the grand Bavarian palace. It was not the usual quiet of a sleeping court, but a charged, brittle silence, like the taut string of a violin before the first note. Behind every velvet curtain, beneath every ornate balustrade, and within every shadow cast by the flickering gaslights, stood the whispering pages, their felt-soled slippers poised, their notebooks clutched, and their breaths held. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, looking as though he had not slept in a fortnight, despite the fact the contest had not yet officially begun, paced the grand ballroom, his stout umbrella clutched like a weapon. Dr. Biden? Kessel, his face a mask of scientific apprehension, checked his pocket watch with neurotic frequency. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax, old tapestry, and a faint, collective anxiety. Then, imperceptibly at first, the night began to stir. From the north wing, a faint, rhythmic Y-T thwack, 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 quacking could be heard, followed by the soft clink of metal on metal. It was King Ludwig VII, already in his nocturnal architectural fervor, attempting to realign a particularly stubborn gilded portrait frame in the king's antechamber, using what appeared to be a ceremonial mace as a hammer. His whispering pages, grim-faced but utterly committed, moved around him like silent shadows, ensuring no priceless china cabinet became an unwitting casualty of his improvement. Meanwhile, from the west wing, a series of soft, almost melodic hums began to emanate, growing steadily in volume. This was Duchess Amalie of Saxe-Weimar, her nightgown flowing behind her like a ghostly shroud, meticulously attempting to cultivate a miniature topiary garden on the highly polished surface of the grand dining table. Garden? Her pages scrambled to provide her with tiny pots of soil and miniature gardening tools, lest she decide to dig directly into the antique mahogany. The true pandemonium began when the more ambulatory nobles found their unconscious paths converging in the palace's labyrinthine corridors. King Frederick William II of Prussia, eyes wide and unseeing, emerged from his chambers in full sleep-conducting regalia, a nightshirt and a particularly flamboyant wig. His gilded candelabra held aloft as an imaginary baton. He was midway through an unheard crescendo when he collided, with a soft but undeniable Y-femme pomp, with Prince Regent Louis-Philippe of France. Louis-Philippe in his sleep was attempting to strategically deploy a regiment of miniature porcelain figurines across the very same corridor, planning an imaginary assault on the royal linen closet. The impact sent figurines scattering like startled mice, and the candelabra clattered dangerously close to the prince's head. Frederick William merely adjusted his wig, let out a silent, triumphant flourish, and continued conducting the resulting silence, while Louis-Philippe, entirely undisturbed, began to reorganize the fallen figurines into an entirely new, and far more aggressive, skirmish line. Their respective whispering pages exchanged exhausted glances, quietly collecting the scattered porcelain and ensuring no actual harm had come to their charges. The scorekeepers, hovering nearby, scribbled furiously, noting down points for obstacle negotiation, or lack thereof, and in creative expression in the rearrangement of battlefield units. The chaos escalated. Countess Isolde of Austria, driven by her nocturnal passion for tapestry, was discovered attempting to unravel a particularly valuable Persian rug in the main hallway, her fingers deftly pulling threads to begin a new, imagined creation. Her whispering pages, experts in the art of the distraction thread, tried to guide her towards a pre-prepared loom made of discarded bedsheets. But Isolde, in her slumber, seemed to possess an unshakable artistic vision for that particular rug. Just as her efforts threatened to turn the priceless antiquity into a threadbare mess, Baroness Ingrid von Svensson of Sweden, in the throes of her historical curating, entered the same hallway. Ingrid, with her characteristic sleepwalking precision, began to gather the discarded threads from Isolde's unraveling rug, meticulously arranging them into a strange, abstract pattern on the floor, seemingly telling a silent story of unraveling empires. Isolde's pages wrestled quietly with the rug, while Ingrid's pages furiously documented her spontaneous thread-based art installation. The judges were later left to debate whether a destructive act followed by a creative rearrangement truly balanced out. The palace grounds, too, became a stage for this nightly, unconscious ballet. Duke Casimir of Poland, clutching his polished stone, emerged from the grand entrance, seemingly intent on mapping the constellations using small, meticulously placed pebbles on the manicured lawns. His progress was steady, his eyes fixed on the unseen heavens. However, his path intersected tragically with Duchess Amelie, who had, in her horticultural enthusiasm, decided to replant a series of glowing mushrooms she had grown from phosphorescent moss into the very patch of lawn Duke Casimir was attempting to use as his celestial map. A soft, rustling collision occurred, sending pebbles and glowing fungi scattering across the dark grass. Casimir merely altered his trajectory by a fractional degree, now incorporating the glowing moss into his constellation, which vaguely resembled a particularly plump badger, while Amalia, entirely oblivious, began to hum contentedly, convinced she had just completed a rare species of bioluminescent ground cover. Their pages, covered in dirt and faint, glowing spores, sighed. The kitchens, usually bustling with early morning activity, became a scene of particular bewilderment. A hapless pastry chef, arriving early to prepare the morning croissants, discovered King Frederick William II attempting to conduct a symphony of pots and pans, using a rolling pin as his baton, leading to a cacophony of gentle clinks and clangs that would have woken a lesser man. In the pantry, Prince Regent Louis Philippe was discovered meticulously organizing the entire stock of cheeses into what his whispering pages later identified as a strategic defense perimeter against the encroaching forces of stale bread. Each wheel of cheese, each pungent wedge, was positioned with the precision of a seasoned general, leaving the kitchen staff utterly flummoxed as to how to locate the Gouda. Then came the inevitable, the splash heard around the palace. It was Duke Otto of Hanover, a latecomer to the contest, whose sleepwalking habit, though less elaborate than his peers, involved an irresistible nocturnal urge to wade in any body of water he encountered. Unfortunately for him, and for the dignity of the contest, the royal moat encircling a portion of the palace was the largest body of water available. The sound of a large sploosh reverberated through the otherwise quiet night. His whispering pages, two burly former sailors, were already prepared, having anticipated this possibility. They moved with practiced efficiency, employing long, soft poles with padded ends to gently guide the Duke back to the shore, never once breaking his trance. He emerged, dripping but utterly serene, and proceeded to meticulously wring out his nightshirt on a nearby bush, convinced he was merely washing linens in a particularly convenient mountain stream. The scores for obstacle negotiation for Duke Otto were, as one might imagine, a subject of heated debate at dawn, but points were given for his remarkably elegant wringing technique. Throughout the night, the palace staff, already accustomed to the eccentricities of their sovereigns, found their routines utterly upended. Maids discovered their freshly laundered linens re-embroidered with Countess Isolde's unconscious narratives. Guards found their posts subtly rearranged by King Ludwig, often finding themselves standing on a newly constructed, inexplicable step or behind a hastily erected screen of potted plants. Footmen discovered their perfectly polished silver transformed into Baroness, Ingrid's cryptic historical displays. The silence of the night was punctuated by the soft thud of a pedometer hitting the floor, the rustle of a whispering page's robe, the barely audible sigh of exasperation from a sleep-deprived scorekeeper, and the occasional, almost subliminal, snip, snip, snip of Duchess, Amelie's miniature pruning shears. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, bathing the chaotic palace in a soft, forgiving light, the participants, one by one, drifted back to their chambers, or were gently guided there by their weary attendants. The grand ballroom, which had served as a common arena, resembled the aftermath of a particularly quiet, yet intensely creative, skirmish. Miniatures lay scattered, threads dangled from tapestries, fresh earth mottled the marble floors, and a faint, lingering scent of damp nightgown permeated the air. Minister von Zephyr, leaning heavily on his umbrella, surveyed the scene with a mixture of profound weariness and a nascent, terrifying understanding. This was not merely a contest. It was an exercise in controlled pandemonium, a nightly renegotiation of reality, and an undeniable testament to the unshakable power of the royal unconscious. The first night had not been a gentle introduction. It had been a full-blown, somnambulant tempest, setting an utterly unpredictable precedent for the nights to come. The scoring panel, huddled together, looked less like esteemed judges and more like shipwrecked sailors, attempting to make sense of the vast, peculiar ocean they had just traversed. Chapter 7. The ambassador's accidental diplomacy. The Bavarian palace, having survived the first night of the royal sleepwalking contest with only minor structural rearrangements and a profound depletion of its fine linen supply, settled into a deceptive calm. The whispering pages, already suffering from chronic sleep deprivation, had returned to their chambers for a few hours of fitful rest, their notebooks filled with frantic, ink-stained accounts of nocturnal horticultural experiments and miniature military campaigns. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his stout umbrella serving as an impromptu walking stick, and Dr. Kessel, who now carried a permanent scent of ammonia from reviving faint guards, were busy compiling the initial baffling scores. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a more significant and far more politically volatile somnambulant incident was about to unfold, far from the direct purview of the contest, in the hushed, secretive corners where the true machinery of state operated. Among the numerous foreign dignitaries who had descended upon Bavaria for this peculiar spectacle was Ambassador Phileas Foggins of His Britannic Majesty's service. Foggins was not a contestant in the royal sleepwalking contest. His rank was too lowly for such exalted, if absurd, participation. He was merely part of the extensive retinue accompanying a minor English duke who, it was whispered, could only sleepwalk backwards, and occasionally believed himself to be a particularly verbose bat. Ambassador Foggins was, in his waking hours, the epitome of British meticulousness. His cravat was always perfectly knotted, his dispatch cases impeccably organized, and his diplomatic language so precise it could shave a flea. He possessed an almost pathological aversion to anything out of place, a crooked painting, a misplaced quill, a single errant crumb on a polished table. These imperfections, however minor, would gnaw at him, consuming his waking thoughts until rectified. His nocturnal habits, as known to his long-suffering valet, were a direct, if exaggerated, manifestation of this waking obsession. In his sleep, Ambassador Foggins would embark upon silent, methodical tours of any premises he inhabited, straightening, aligning, and occasionally attempting to correct anything he perceived as aesthetically or geometrically unsound. His whispering pages, Mr. Finch and Mr. Pemberton, were adept at retrieving priceless artifacts from beneath the ambassador's fastidious hands before he could improve them, or subtly diverting him from attempts to retile the palace floors in the dead of night. It was during the quiet, pre-dawn hours of the second night that a secret high-stakes negotiation was reaching a critical and equally delicate, impasse. In a discreet, rarely used chamber deep within the palace's lesser-known administrative wing, the ambassadors of the Grand Duchy of Moldavia and the Kingdom of Viridia were attempting to finalize a treaty regarding the rights to the newly viable Whispering Willow silver mine. This mine, once thought exhausted, had recently yielded unexpected riches, turning a previously overlooked muddy bog into a veritable treasury. Both nations claimed historical rights to the bog, and the negotiations had been fraught with accusations, veiled threats, and an alarming number of historical maps dating back to the late Roman Empire. The two chief negotiators, Baron von Schnaps for Moldavia and Madame Dubois for Viridia, had adjourned their heated discussion for a mere hour, leaving the final, uninitial treaty document laid out on a small round table, illuminated by a single guttering candle. Beside it lay their respective official seals, heavy and ornate, waiting for the definitive impress of agreement. The room was stuffy, smelling faintly of stale cigar smoke and anxious perspiration. Ambassador Foggins, in a rare deviation from his usual circuit of straightening tapestries in the East Gallery, found himself drawn by an unconscious, almost magnetic pull towards the faint flicker of light emanating from the semi-ajar door of the negotiation chamber. Perhaps it was the irregular angle of the door itself that piqued his somnambulant sensibilities. It was, after all, several degrees of perfect alignment. Mr. Finch and Mr. Pemberton, weary but vigilant, followed his ghostly progress, ready to resecure any misplaced doorknobs. Foggins glided into the room, his eyes wide and unseeing, his expression one of profound, unconscious concentration. His initial action was, predictably, to gently push the heavy oak door completely shut, ensuring its perfect closure. Then his gaze fell upon the table. The scene before him, to his meticulous sleepwalking mind, was an absolute disaster of disarray. The candle was slightly off-center. A quill lay askew. And then the treaty itself, a long parchment scroll replete with crossings out, marginal notes, and a faint, unfortunate ink smudge near a crucial clause detailing the mine's profit distribution. His waking self would have merely raised a discreet eyebrow. His sleeping self felt an almost unbearable compulsion to restore order. First, the candle. With graceful, silent movements, Foggins straightened it, aligning it perfectly with the table's exact center. Then, the quill. He carefully picked it up, wiped its tip on a forgotten napkin, leaving a new, perfectly rectangular ink stain on the linen, and placed it precisely parallel to the edge of the table. Mr. Finch and Mr. Pemberton, observing from the doorway, exchanged puzzled glances. Their charge usually limited his tidying to public areas, not private negotiation chambers. They began to suspect a new, more adventurous phase of his nocturnal tidying. Then came the treaty. Foggins' unseeing eyes fixated on the offending smudge near the clause concerning the silver mine's output. It stipulated a 60-40 split in favor of Moldavia. The smudge had obscured the 6, making it look to a sleep-addled mind like a poorly formed 9. Ambassador Foggins, driven by an almost divine compulsion for accuracy, dipped the newly cleaned quill into the inkwell and with painstaking, minuscule strokes corrected the smudged 6 into a distinct, undeniable 9. The clause now clearly read a 90-40 split in favor of Moldavia, an immediate, devastating reversal for Viridia. He then, with the same meticulousness, tidied a small, hastily drawn diagram of the mine's entrance, inadvertently extending Moldavia's claim by several acres, including a strategic river tributary. But Foggins was not yet satisfied. His gaze drifted to the 2 official seals, left innocently on the table. They were, to his unconscious mind, utterly out of place, casually abandoned. With an instinct for bureaucratic order, he picked up the heavier, more ornate seal of Moldavia. He then observed that the treaty document, while now numerically corrected, was unsigned on its final page, leaving it strangely incomplete. The 2 ambassadors had merely initialed various clauses. Without hesitation, and with the solemnity of a waking diplomat, signing a declaration of war. Ambassador Foggins pressed the Moldavian seal firmly onto the designated spot for the final binding signature. He then, with equal conviction, picked up Viridia's seal. Seeing the Moldavian seal now perfectly centered, his unconscious mind dictated that the Viridian seal must also be applied for balance, for symmetry. He pressed it down with a soft weithwalk, directly adjacent to the Moldavian seal, effectively binding both nations to the document he had just unilaterally amended. He then carefully placed both seals back on the table, not in their original haphazard arrangement, but precisely parallel to each other, a testament to his sleep-induced obsession with order. Finally, he gave the entire document a gentle, approving pat, as if satisfied with a job well done. Mr. Finch and Mr. Pemberton, who had watched in growing horror, had debated whether to intervene, but the no external interference rule of the contest loomed large in their minds, paralyzing them into terrified observers. They meticulously documented every precise catastrophic action in their notebooks, knowing full well the diplomatic storm that would surely break with the morning light. As the first faint hues of dawn crept through the chamber's leaded windows, Baron von Schnaps and Madame Dubois returned, yawning and rubbing their eyes, ready to resume the tedious but finely balanced negotiation. The sight that greeted them sent a jolt of ice through their very souls. There, on the table, sat Ambassador Foggins, calmly and silently, polishing the brass handle of a small cabinet in the corner, his back to them, his eyes wide and vacant. But it was the parchment that truly captured their horror. The treaty, previously a matter of furious debate, now lay before them, neatly sealed with both their nation's official seals, and with the mine's profit distribution, irrevocably altered from 60-40 to a definitive, undeniable 90-40 in Moldavia's favor. The territorial diagram was similarly redrawn, clearly benefiting Moldavia. A guttural gasp escaped Madame Dubois. Baron von Schnaps, initially bewildered, then let out a triumphant cackle that echoed off the chamber walls. "What is the meaning of this?" shrieked Madame Dubois, pointing a trembling finger at the sealed document. "This is a fraud, an outrage. We would never agree to such terms." Ambassador Foggins, still polishing the cabinet handle, merely adjusted his grip, humming a faint, tuneless melody. It took the immediate intervention of Minister von Zephyr and Dr. Kessel, roused from their brief, troubled slumber, to untangle the night's events. Mr. Finch and Mr. Pemberton, pale and shaking, presented their detailed, irrefutable accounts of Ambassador Foggins' precise, unconscious actions. The rules of the contest, explicitly stating no external interference, meant that while Foggins was not a formal contestant, his actions, witnessed by official observers acting under contest rules, were paradoxically endowed with an almost undeniable legitimacy in the eyes of the organizing committee. The two ambassadors had, after all, left their seals unguarded, and the treaty documents exposed. The fact that the alterations had been made by a somnambulist, while utterly bizarre, did not immediately render them null and void in the eyes of a Europe, grappling with the blurring lines between waking intent and nocturnal consequence. The resulting diplomatic crisis was instantaneous and volcanic. Viridia threatened to withdraw its entire delegation from the sleepwalking contest, demanding immediate repudiation of the somnambulant treaty of the Whispering Willow mine. Moldavia naturally seized upon the accidental advantage, insisting on the treaty's validity, citing it as an act of divine intervention or unconscious sagacity on the part of Ambassador Foggins. Envoys were dispatched, urgent telegrams sent, and the already strained relations between the two minor powers teetered on the brink of outright conflict, all because a fastidious British ambassador had, in his sleep, decided to tidy up a smudged document. Minister von Zephyr, confronted with this unprecedented mess, ran a weary hand over his face. The royal sleepwalking contest, intended as a means to manage the peculiar royal malaise, had just demonstrated its capacity to inadvertently dictate international policy and ignite geopolitical tensions. It was no longer just about who could walk the furthest or rearrange the most furniture. The sleepwalkers, in their oblivious perambulations, had become accidental arbiters of power, their unconscious quirks reshaping the very map of Europe. The first night had been chaos unleashed. The second had introduced a new, terrifying dimension, the chaos of unintended consequences on a truly global scale. The very foundations of diplomacy now felt as unsteady as a sleepwalking monarch on a particularly slippery marble floor. Chapter 8. The Duchess and the Guard. The aftermath of Ambassador Foggins' accidental diplomacy hung in the Bavarian air, like a particularly pungent cheese, leaving a lingering taste of unease and a distinct diplomatic headache. Minister Klaus von Zephyr and Dr. Ludwig Kessel, already resembling a pair of particularly well-worn velvet cushions, found their days consumed by the frantic exchange of coded messages between Moldavia and Viridia, attempting to unseal a treaty that had been sealed by an unconscious hand. The palace, once merely a stage for bizarre nocturnal performances, now felt like a diplomatic minefield, where any errant step, however somnambulant, could trigger an international incident. Yet, just as the court began to acclimatize to this new, precarious reality, a fresh, even more alarming incident unfolded, proving that the sleepwalkers were not merely disrupting internal palace functions, but actively, if unknowingly, reshaping the very fabric of European security. Among the quieter, less flamboyant contestants was Duchess Clarissa of Wallachia. Unlike King Ludwig's architectural ambitions or Duchess Amelie's horticultural reveries, Clarissa's sleepwalking was, by comparison, remarkably subtle. Her waking persona was one of gentle grace, known for her delicate needlework and a charming, if slightly melancholic, appreciation for medieval ballads. No one would have suspected that beneath this demure exterior lay a dormant, unconscious prowess for dismantling and reassembling complex mechanisms. Her nocturnal compulsion, observed by her surprisingly athletic whispering pages, was an insatiable urge to untangle. She would untangle intricate knots in ropes, unpick impossibly tight embroidery, and on one memorable occasion painstakingly resort an entire collection of snarled fishing nets belonging to a local fisherman, leaving them perfectly coiled and ready for use. Her particular superstition involved sleeping with a small, intricately carved wooden puzzle box beneath her pillow, believing it primed her unconscious mind for complex, deconstructive tasks. It was during the quiet, almost ethereal hours of the third night of the contest that Duchess Clarissa, in her pristine white nightgown, embarked upon one of her untangling expeditions. Her eyes, wide and unfocused, scanned the dimly lit corridors, searching for some intricate, satisfying challenge to unravel. Her whispering pages, a pair of slender, remarkably agile Wallachian twins named Oana and Bogdan, followed her like wisps of smoke, their felt slippers barely disturbing the dust motes dancing in the faint moonlight filtering through the high windows. Their usual task was to guide her away from the particularly knotty ropes of the bell tower, or to discreetly replace a tapestry she had begun to meticulously unpick. Her path led her towards a less frequented gallery, near the private apartments of the Bavarian royal family. Here, standing stiffly at attention, was Private Heinrich, a young, nervous guard on his first night of official duty at the palace. Heinrich, barely out of his teens, was a picture of rigid discipline, his uniform meticulously pressed, his polished halberd held with the white-knuckled grip of anxious vigilance. His superiors had warned him about the sleepwalking nobles, advising him to remain silent, still, and to under no circumstances attempt to awaken them. But nothing in his training had prepared him for the silent, spectral approach of Duchess Clarissa. As Clarissa drifted closer, her unseeing gaze fell upon Private Heinrich. To her unconscious mind, The young guard was not a man, but a fascinating, multi-layered problem. An intricate collection of straps, buttons, and lacing, all hopelessly tangled around a particularly stiff, imposing branch, his halberd. The halberd itself, with its complex blade and a series of seemingly decorative knots in its grip, presented a challenge of unparalleled allure to her somnambulant hands. Private Heinrich, seeing the Duchess approaching, froze. His heart hammered against his ribs. He remembered the strict instructions. EADO, not move, do not speak, do not react. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, then opened them to confirm she was indeed gliding towards him. Her expression was serene, almost blissful, utterly devoid of malice. Yet there was an unsettling intensity in her unblinking stare. With a movement so fluid and unexpected that Joanna and Bogdan barely had time to register it, Duchess Clarissa reached out. Her fingers, surprisingly strong and nimble, went straight for the strap holding Private Heinrich's scabbard in place. Heinrich tensed, but remained motionless, convinced that any twitch would result in his immediate dismissal, or worse, accidental awakening of a noble. Clarissa's fingers danced over the leather, untying a series of intricate buckles with astonishing speed. The scabbard, with Heinrich's longsword still inside it, slipped silently from his belt and fell with a soft, almost imperceptible thud onto the plush carpet. Heinrich's eyes, wide with horror, darted towards his weapon. But Clarissa was not done. Her attention moved to the halberd. Her hands, incredibly delicate, yet possessed of a disarming strength, worked their way down the shaft. She began to untangle the intricate lacing on Heinrich's tunic, followed by the tight buttons of his waistcoat, unfastening them with the practiced ease of a valet preparing a gentleman for bed. Heinrich, caught between duty and utter bewilderment, could only stand there, feeling his uniform slowly, meticulously, being dismantled by the silent Duchess. She then focused on the halberd itself. With a series of subtle twists and pulls, she managed to loosen the head of the weapon from its shaft, believing it to be a particularly stubborn knot in the wood. The heavy, polished blade slid off with a soft clinking, leaving Heinrich holding a now impotent wooden pole. She then carefully, almost reverently, laid the blade on the floor beside the sword, as if she had just untangled a particularly vexing skein of yarn. Finally, her unseeing eyes settled on the laces of Heinrich's boots. In a blur of movement, she knelt and meticulously unlaced them both, pulling the laces free as if they were obstinate vines before rising again, her task seemingly complete. Duchess Clarissa then straightened her gown, gave a soft, contented sigh, and drifted off down a side corridor, her hands already reaching for an ornate curtain cord, which to her unconscious mind probably resembled a particularly satisfying tangle. Joanna and Bogdan, who had watched the entire disarming in paralyzed disbelief, snapped out of their stupor. They glanced at Private Heinrich, who stood rigidly, now bereft of his weapon, his tunic unbuttoned and his boots unlaced, looking utterly shell-shocked. The sword and halberd head lay innocently on the carpet. They quickly, quietly, scooped up the discarded weapons, ensuring their gentle placement out of sight, and then hurried after the Duchess, their faces etched with a mixture of professional diligence and profound, shared mortification. The discovery of Private Heinrich, standing disarmed and disheveled, but utterly unharmed, near the royal apartments, sent immediate tremors through the palace. The whispering pages, Joanna and Bogdan, pale and flustered, presented their detailed, almost minute-by-minute account of Duchess Clarissa's precise, unconscious actions. But the explanation, however meticulously documented, struck the already frayed nerves of the court with the force of a thunderclap. A foreign duchess, a contestant in the sleepwalking contest, had effortlessly, if unknowingly, breached royal security and disarmed a guard right outside the very wing where King Ludwig and other dignitaries slept. The rumor mill, already grinding furiously after the Whispering Willow Mine incident, went into overdrive. It was no longer a mere sleepwalking incident. This was immediately and wildly interpreted as a deliberate act. Whispers of a Wallachian coup attempt spread like wildfire through the servants' quarters and then, inevitably, reached the ears of the more susceptible nobles. Was Duchess Clarissa, a sleeper agent? Had Wallachia, a nation with its own historical grievances and an occasional penchant for political subterfuge, devised a new form of espionage? A somnambulant infiltration? The absurdity of the idea was lost in the escalating panic. Representatives from various nations, already suspicious of Bavaria's motivations for hosting such a bizarre contest, were quick to voice their outrage. The Prussian delegation, still smarting from King Frederick William II's unintentional collision with Prince Louis Philippe, demanded a full inquiry, suggesting that the Duchess's actions were a deliberate test of palace defenses. The French ambassador, already irritated by the continued sight of King Ludwig's news topiary in the royal gardens, darkly hinted at a conspiracy of the unconscious, suggesting that perhaps the sleepwalkers were, in fact, communicating through some unknown, shared dream language to undermine the existing European order. Minister von Safir, confronted with yet another crisis stemming from the royal insomnia epidemic, found himself staring blankly at the map of Europe. The previous incident had been about accidental diplomacy. This, however, felt far more sinister. How could one refute an accusation of a coup attempt when the perpetrator was utterly oblivious and demonstrably asleep? The delicate balance of power, already wobbling on the fulcrum of unconscious decisions, now seemed poised to topple. Diplomatic notes were exchanged with frantic haste, demanding apologies, explanations, and, in some cases, the immediate expulsion of the Wallachian delegation. Duchess Clarissa, upon waking, was utterly bewildered by the sudden chill in the air and the unusually stern faces of the palace staff. She awoke, feeling refreshed, as if she had spent the night engaged in a deeply satisfying yet entirely forgotten activity. She would have no memory of disarming a wide-eyed young guard or dismantling a halberd. Her whispering pages, still slightly traumatized, merely offered vague reassurances about her exceptional performance in the category of creative expression, given her unique talent for untangling complex items. The incident, however, served as a stark, chilling reminder that the consequences of the royal sleepwalking contest were spiraling far beyond mere amusement or even administrative nuisance. The boundaries between waking intent and nocturnal action had blurred so completely that the very security of nations and the precarious peace of the continent now rested upon the unpredictable whims of a sleeping mind. The Duchess and the Guard had not merely created a scandal, they had unwittingly ignited the kind of deep, paranoid suspicion that could, and often did, lead to actual waking wars. The contest, intended to bring order to chaos, was instead producing a new, far more dangerous kind of chaos. The chaos of an unintended, unconscious coup. Chapter 9. The scandal of the missing crown, the Bavarian palace, still reeling from the Wallachian Duchess, inadvertent disarming of a palace guard, and the lingering, acrid scent of the accidental Moldavian-Viridian treaty, had transformed into a crucible of whispered suspicions and diplomatic tightrope. Every rustle of a silk gown, every distant cough, was now interpreted as a potential prelude to another unconscious international incident. Minister Klaus von Cepheus, already pronounced circles under his eyes, had deepened into veritable chasms, and Dr. Kessel had taken to carrying a small flask of calming tinctures, both for himself and for any courtier on the verge of a nervous collapse. The royal sleepwalking contest, intended to harness and perhaps even celebrate the royal malady, had instead become a nightly spectacle of political instability. A bewildering demonstration that the sleeping mind could wield more chaotic power than any waking decree. Yet, even as the court braced itself for further, unpredictable nocturnal antics, nothing could have prepared them for the profound, sacrilegious horror that awaited them on the fourth morning: the disappearance of the Bavarian royal crown. The crown, known as the Crown of Eternal Vigilances for its intricate design of watchful eagles and its rather heavy collection of suspiciously large diamonds, was not merely a symbol. It was the very essence of Bavarian sovereignty. It resided, during the day, in a triple-locked velvet-lined display case in the Hall of Monarchs, a chamber usually guarded by no less than 4 impeccably disciplined royal guards. At night, for added security, it was tradition for the crown to be moved to an even more secure, undisclosed vault deep within the palace dungeons. This nightly transfer was a precise, almost ritualistic affair, executed by the most trusted members of the royal guard, under the direct supervision of the royal chamberlain. On the 3rd evening of the contest, however, the usual meticulousness had been subtly, tragically undermined by the pervasive sleepwalking-induced disarray. Guard Captain Albrecht, a man whose entire career had been built on unwavering adherence to protocol, had found himself in a state of unprecedented distraction. Only moments before the scheduled crown transfer, he had been called away to assist in the delicate retrieval of King Ludwig VII, who, in a particularly ambitious fit of nocturnal re-engineering, had decided to reroute the palace's entire central heating system through the royal aviary. The resulting chorus of bewildered, shivering exotic birds had been quite alarming. In the hurried chaos, the Hall of Monarchs had been left under the watch of a single, utterly bewildered junior guard, Private Schmidt, who was already suffering from an acute case of sleep deprivation, having spent the previous night inadvertently participating in Prince Regent Louis Philippe's imaginary cavalry charge against a phalanx of potted palm. When the moment came for the crown's transfer, Private Schmidt, momentarily disoriented by the faint sound of a sleepwalking duke, Casimir attempting to map the palace's rodent population with carefully placed crumbs, had forgotten to properly secure the display case. The latch, usually so firm, was left barely engaged, a subtle oversight, a whisper of a gap in the impenetrable facade of royal security. It was into this precarious vulnerability that Baroness Ingrid von Svensson of Sweden drifted. Her nocturnal habit, as was well known, revolved around the meticulous, if eccentric, curation of historical artifacts. She would rearrange objects into cryptic, often profound, tableaux, revealing hidden narratives or unexpected ironies. In her waking hours, Ingrid possessed a formidable intellect and an almost austere appreciation for historical accuracy. But in her sleep, her historical interpretations became wildly imaginative, her art installations both baffling and strangely compelling. Her whispering pages, a pair of studious archivists named Lars and Sven, were accustomed to spending their nights retrieving misplaced antique porcelain or recataloging the royal library by the size of the book's dust motes. They had grown adept at predicting her next exhibition site, often finding her attempting to arrange a forgotten set of chess pieces into a commentary on the Napoleonic Wars in the palace's disused broom closet. As Baroness Ingrid glided into the Hall of Monarchs, her unseeing gaze settled upon the crown of eternal vigilance. To her sleep-addled mind, it was not merely a crown. It was the artifact, a central character in a grand, unspoken historical drama. Yet it was displayed in such a dull, unimaginative manner. It was a masterpiece of royal regalia, trapped in a predictable velvet box étoile. Her unconscious mind demanded that it be liberated, recontextualized, given a new narrative. She approached the display case, her fingers, light as moths, found the barely latched mechanism. With a soft click, it opened. Private Schmidt, slumped slightly against a wall, was lost in a waking dream of perfectly symmetrical parades and heard nothing. Ingrid reached in. Her touch was reverent, yet utterly pragmatic. She lifted the heavy, bejeweled crown with surprising ease. Lars and Sven, her whispering pages, observed from the shadows, their eyes widening in silent horror. They had been warned, no external interference. This, however, felt like a breach of the unspoken contract, a violation of the contest spirit. But Baroness Ingrid was not stealing. She was curating. To her, this was an artistic imperative. She cradled the crown, her vacant eyes already envisioning its new, more meaningful placement. She began to drift through the palace, ignoring the designated contest zone, her path dictated by an unseen muse of historical reinterpretation. Her chosen destination was not the grand salon, nor the royal chapel, but the unassuming royal stables. Here, amidst the comforting scent of hay and horses, she found her stage. The stables were, to her sleepwalking mind, a repository of unspoken history, of power wielded not by monarchs on thrones, but by the beasts of burden and the humble implements that facilitated their service. With quiet precision, she began her work. She took a particularly well-polished bridle, belonging to King Ludwig's favorite riding mare, and draped it over a wooden peg. Then, with an almost artistic flourish, she placed the crown of eternal vigilances not on a velvet cushion, but directly onto the polished leather of the bridle, letting its eagles seem to perch upon the horse's imagined brow. Around it she arranged a collection of grooming brushes, a discarded horseshoe, and a half-eaten carrot, each element positioned with deliberate intent. It was, she seemed to suggest, a commentary on the true foundations of royal power, not the glitter of jewels, but the tireless work of the kingdom's unsung heroes, both equine and human. Sven, one of her pages, almost fainted when she then gently placed a small, rather muddy, stable cat, fast asleep in the center of the crown, as if crowning the feline ruler of this silent equine dominion. Lars, the other page, scribbled frantically in his notebook, knowing that this particular creative expression would likely result in an unprecedented diplomatic catastrophe. Morning arrived with the usual cacophony of palace life, but this time it was swiftly replaced by a chilling silence, followed by a series of increasingly frantic shouts. The royal chamberlain, accompanied by Captain Albrecht, arrived at the Hall of Monarchs for the traditional morning inspection and transfer of the crown. The sight that greeted them was one of unmitigated horror. The display case was ajar, and the crown of eternal vigilance was gone. Panic, thick and immediate, gripped the palace. The news spread like wildfire, mutating with each terrified whisper. "The crown is stolen. A foreign agent has infiltrated. This is an act of war." Guards were immediately deployed, searching every nook and cranny of the sprawling palace, their faces grim, their movements desperate. Ministers arrived, their sleep-addled brains struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the disaster. This was no longer merely a misplaced snuff box or a re-wallpapered throne room. This was an assault on the very dignity of the Bavarian crown, a direct challenge to King Ludwig's sovereignty. Accusations, sharp and venomous, were hurled immediately. All eyes turned towards the foreign delegations. The Wallachian ambassador, still reeling from the Duchess and the guard incident, found himself the immediate target of suspicion. But then, as the whispering pages began to present their disorienting reports from the night, the focus shifted. Lars and Sven, Baroness Ingrid's pages, pale and trembling, reluctantly provided their account, detailed down to the position of the muddy stable cat. Their report, while absurd, was irrefutable. Baroness Ingrid von Svensson, the meticulously proper Swede, had been the one to curate the crown. The Swedish ambassador, a man usually known for his unflappable demeanor, turned a shade of puce usually reserved for overripe plums. "This is an outrage," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the stunned court. Baroness von Svensson is a noblewoman of unimpeachable character. She would never steal. Steal? Perhaps not consciously, Minister von Sephir countered, rubbing his temples. But she did, according to your own pages, remove the crown and place it in the stables. A new wave of diplomatic outrage erupted. Sweden saw it as a slur against their national character, accusing Bavaria of negligence in its security. Bavaria in turn demanded an immediate solemn apology and the crown's return to its proper, unequine display. The other nations, already on edge, began to withdraw their contestants' pedometers and demand assurances of safety for their own national treasures. The Prussian delegation suggested that this was a clear demonstration of the contest's inherent dangers, and that all sleepwalkers should be immediately confined to their beds, perhaps strapped down for good measure. The crown was eventually located, exactly where Baroness Ingrid had left it, proudly displayed on King Ludwig's mare's bridle, the stable cat now stirring within its jeweled confines. It was retrieved with a mixture of immense relief and profound mortification. But the damage was done. The scandal of the missing crown was not merely a bizarre anecdote. It was a crisis that transcended the bounds of mere competition. It proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the royal sleepwalking epidemic was no longer a domestic nuisance or an amusing diversion. It was a direct, unpredictable threat to national security, to diplomatic relations, and to the very symbols of monarchical power. The crown of eternal vigilance had been violated, not by a thief, but by an unconscious artist. And in the bewildered, terrified silence that followed, it became terrifyingly clear that the royal sleepwalking contest was rapidly escalating into a full-blown political crisis, threatening to unravel the fragile tapestry of European peace, one sleepwalking step at a time. Chapter 10. The baker's midnight delivery. The Bavarian palace, having been subjected to a relentless onslaught of unconscious redecorations, accidental treaties, and spectral disarmaments, now hummed with a palpable undercurrent of frayed nerves and profound exhaustion. Minister Klaus von Zephyr's once immaculate waistcoats now sported suspicious smudges, and Dr. Kessel had begun to recommend a restorative nap after every complete sentence, a suggestion to which few, least of all himself, could adhere. The scandal of the missing crown had left an indelible mark, proving that the royal sleepwalking contest was no mere amusing diversion. It was a potent, unpredictable force, capable of unhinging the very symbols of sovereignty and threatening the fragile peace of the continent. Every creak of a floorboard, every distant, muffled thud sent shivers through the palace staff, who now approached their nocturnal duties with the wary anticipation of soldiers entering a battlefield. Yet, the night of the fifth day would bring a different kind of disruption, one less overtly political, but equally bewildering, leading to a culinary conundrum that would leave the palace kitchens well-fed, but utterly baffled. Among the contestants, though perhaps less frequently remarked upon for his flamboyant nocturnal exploits, was Lord Alaric Pumpernickel of Württemberg. In his waking hours, Lord Pumpernickel was a man of precise, almost obsessive, financial prudence. He was the chief financial advisor to his own duchy, known throughout Europe for his parsimony, his uncanny ability to unearth hidden coin, and his unwavering belief that true power lay not in armies or titles, but in the meticulous accumulation of gold. He had amassed a vast personal fortune, which he personally audited weekly, down to the last pfennig. He saw wealth not merely as a means to an end, but as an aesthetic pursuit, a perfect, gleaming stack of golden coins, the ultimate masterpiece. His sleepwalking observed by his two perpetually bewildered whispering pages. Herr Gruber and Herr Schmidt, both former accountants, chosen for their discretion and their ability to meticulously count anything, was a direct, if distorted, manifestation of this waking obsession. In his slumber, Lord Pumpernickel would embark upon silent, methodical quests to secure or audit what he perceived as valuable assets, often attempting to deposit them into bizarre, self-constructed vaults. He slept with a small, heavy pouch of replica gold coins under his pillow, believing this ritual primed his unconscious mind for profitable nocturnal endeavors. It was in the dead of the fifth night, when the rest of the sleepwalking nobles were engaged in their respective oddities, King Ludwig was attempting to replumb a particularly stubborn fountain. Duchess Amelie was cultivating glowing moss in the grand staircase, and Prince Regent Louis Philippe was conducting an elaborate siege of the royal pantry, using actual bewildered mice that Lord Pumpernickel's particular. He rose from his bed, his nightshirt pristine, his eyes wide and vacant, his pedometer clicking softly with each step. His unseeing gaze seemed fixed on an unseen goal. His path led him not to the Hall of Monarchs, nor to the state apartments, but deep into the palace's labyrinthine basement. The scent of warm yeasty bread, perpetually emanating from the palace's vast, industrial-scale bakery, was particularly strong tonight. The head baker, a gruff but dedicated man named Master Ulrich, and his team of apprentices were hard at work, their faces streaked with flour, pulling hundreds of golden-brown loaves from the massive brick ovens, destined for the morning's royal breakfast tables and the myriad mouths of the court. To Lord Pumpernickel's sleep-addled mind, accustomed to the metallic tang of coin and the musty scent of ledgers, this pervasive, rich aroma was not the smell of mere sustenance. It was the heady, unmistakable fragrance of wealth got. The rhythmic thud of dough being kneaded, the systematic arrangement of loaves on cooling racks, the sheer volume of production, all these auditory and sensory cues converged to convince his unconscious that he had stumbled upon the royal treasury itself, a vast, productive engine of the kingdom's prosperity, disguised, perhaps, as a bakery. Herr Gruber and Herr Schmidt, accustomed to following their charge as he attempted to deposit the palace's collection of antique teacups into various potted plants, were utterly baffled as Lord Pumpernickel made a decisive turn towards the bakery doors. They watched, horrified, as he pushed open the heavy wooden door, the warm, fragrant air enveloping him. Master Ulrich, wiping his brow, barely glanced up, assuming it was a new delivery boy. Lord Pumpernickel glided past the bewildered bakers, his vacant eyes scanning the endless rows of cooling bread. To him, these were not loaves, they were ingots, bars of a strange golden currency, fresh from the royal mint. He picked up a large crusty rye loaf. Its weight, its solidity, its warmth all confirmed his unconscious conviction. This was a golding, pure, unadulterated, edible gold. With a methodical precision that would have impressed Master Ulrich had he been paying attention, Lord Pumpernickel began to audit the assets. He carefully lifted loaves from the cooling racks, examining each one with the discerning eye of a financier, occasionally giving a satisfied, silent nod. Then he began to stack them, not into baskets but into neat geometric piles, like so many bricks of bullion. Rye loaves formed one stack, sourdough another. Small, dense pumpernickel loaves, a strange, unconscious affinity perhaps, were meticulously arrayed in a third. Herr Gruber and Herr Schmidt, scribbling furiously in their notebooks, recorded his every move, their faces pale with unspoken dread. They knew their lord's habits. This was merely phase one. The acquisition was complete. Now came the deposit. Lord Pumpernickel Gasse then drifted towards the heavy wooden double doors at the far end of the bakery, which led directly into the vast royal larder, a cavernous space where provisions for the entire court were stored. To his sleepwalking mind, this was clearly the secondary vault, a secure overflow treasury for particularly large or cumbersome assets. He began to methodically load the bread gold into a large wheeled cart usually used for transporting sacks of flour. Master Ulrich, seeing a figure moving the fresh bread, merely assumed he was performing some obscure late-night quality check. With a silent, determined effort, Lord Pumpernickel pushed the heavily laden cart through the connecting doors and into the larder. Here, among barrels of salted fish, mountains of cheese wheels, and towering stacks of preserved vegetables, he began his true work. He painstakingly unloaded the bread, piece by piece, and arranged it with an almost artistic precision onto the designated shelves for dry goods, previously occupied by prosaic bags of beans and rice. He stacked the round loaves into perfect spheres, the oblong ones into neat, rectangular pyramids. He placed smaller rolls into intricate, almost decorative patterns within empty crates. His whispering pages, Herr Gruber and Herr Schmidt moved like wraiths through the vast larder, their hands cramping from the sheer volume of their notes, documenting the exact placement of every single loaf, every misplaced croissant. At one point, Lord Pumpernickel carefully placed a single perfectly baked baguette atop a pile of cheese wheels, as if crowning a particularly opulent vault of dairy riches. For nearly 3 hours, Lord Pumpernickel continued his nocturnal delivery service, traversing the distance between the bakery and the larder with tireless efficiency, his pedometer clattering softly, accumulating an astonishing distance score. He was, in his unconscious mind, ensuring the financial security of the Bavarian kingdom, meticulously categorizing and safeguarding its most precious asset, bread. His pages, utterly exhausted, debated whether they should intervene. The rules were clear. No external interference. But was allowing a noble to misplaces an entire night's production of royal bread not a form of interference in itself? They decided, with a weary sigh, to simply document, hoping that morning would bring a rational explanation, or at least a very large, very hungry royal guard. As the first faint rays of dawn touched the palace windows, Lord Pumpernickel, his task apparently complete, gave a final approving pat to a towering stack of sourdough loaves, and silently drifted back to his chambers, his superstition pouch of replica gold coins still tucked under his arm, his mind at peace, having seemingly secured the royal coffers with such astonishing diligence. The discovery began with Master Ulrich, the head baker. As the sun rose and the first deliveries were due, he found his cooling racks inexplicably empty. His usual mountains of fresh bread vanished. His heart seized. Theft. A bread heist. He bellowed for the kitchen staff, for the guards, for Minister von Zephyr himself. Meanwhile, the early morning kitchen staff, arriving to prepare breakfast, let out a collective gasp. The royal larder, usually a picture of ordered utility, had been utterly transformed. Every available surface, every shelf, every nook and cranny was crammed to bursting with an astonishing, overwhelming quantity of freshly baked bread. Loaves of every conceivable shape and size were stacked like gold bullion, arranged with an almost military precision. The air was thick with the scent of flour and yeast. The cooks, initially bewildered, then broke into incredulous laughter. "The treasury has opened its doors," one shouted, grabbing a warm baguette. "It's raining manna." The scene was quickly assessed. The bakers were furious, the kitchen staff were overjoyed, and the quartermaster, responsible for inventory, was utterly apoplectic. Minister von Zephyr and Dr. Kessel arrived, their faces grim, anticipating yet another crisis. Herr Gruber and Herr Schmidt, presenting their meticulously detailed notebooks, explained a peculiar sequence of events. Lord Pumpernickel, in his sleep, had simply mistaken the bakery for the royal treasury and the bread for gold, dutifully depositing it into the larder, which he had perceived as a secure overflow vault. The resulting commotion was less a political crisis and more an administrative nightmare of epic proportions. The supply chain for the royal table was utterly disrupted. While the court was suddenly awash in an unprecedented quantity of bread, other essential provisions had been unceremoniously shifted, or even, in the case of a particularly fine set of preserved plums, accidentally crushed by a falling stack of brioche, creating a ripple effect of culinary chaos. The head baker demanded compensation for his stolen bread, despite its relocation being purely internal. The quartermaster insisted that Lord Pumpernickel be held responsible for the unauthorized transfer of state assets. The incident, quickly dubbed the baker's midnight delivery, initially provided a moment of much-needed, if ironic, levity. It was hard to be truly outraged when the entire court was enjoying an abundance of fresh, warm bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. However, the underlying implications were far from amusing. It solidified the terrifying reality that the sleepwalking nobles were not merely disrupting the decorative elements of the palace or inadvertently engaging in diplomacy. They were now directly impacting the operational logistics and the very economy of the royal household. The Bavarian treasury, whose reputation was already somewhat bruised after the crown incident, was now jokingly associated with vast, doughy deposits rather than gleaming gold. Minister von Sephir, holding his head in his hands, realized that the contest had introduced a new, insidious form of instability. The whims of the unconscious mind could now dictate not only foreign policy and security, but also the distribution of a nation's food supply. The sheer, unpredictable, and often comically absurd nature of these nocturnal escapades meant that the most restless noble would likely be not a champion but a walking, sleeping agent of profound, albeit unintended, chaos. The palace, once a bastion of order and tradition, had become a grand peculiar asylum, its fate resting on the somnambulant decisions of its most esteemed guests, whose dreams of wealth had just delivered a mountain of fresh bread to a bewildered kitchen staff, proving once again that in this strange new world, even the most mundane of actions could carry the weight of unforeseen. Flower-dusted. Chapter 11. The church intervenes the Bavarian palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete, somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits, the astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces, the chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers of Wallachian sleeper agents, and of course, the ignominy. Minister Klaus von Sephir, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee, and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. While the court and the various foreign delegations wrestled with the escalating political and logistical chaos, attempting to renegotiate treaties sealed by sleeping ambassadors and reorganize larders crammed with unintentional baker's bounty, another, far more ancient and formidable power was beginning to stir. The church, which had initially viewed the royal sleepwalking contest with a mixture of bemused disdain and quiet disapproval, now regarded it with growing horror. To the men of the cloth, particularly the stern and unyielding Archbishop Ignatius, the events unfolding within the Bavarian palace were not merely peculiar medical phenomena or amusing social blunders. They were something far more insidious, a direct affront to divine order, an unholy masquerade indeed, a burgeoning manifestation of demonic revelry. Archbishop Ignatius, a man whose sermons were known to freeze wine in goblets, and whose gaze could melt the brass buttons off a grenadier's uniform, had initially dismissed the rumors of sleepwalking monarchs as the frivolous eccentricities of the nobility, perhaps the unfortunate consequence of too much rich food and too little spiritual reflection. But as the incidents mounted, as news of the accidental treaty, the disarmed guard, and most egregiously, the crowning of a stable cat filtered into the solemn confines of the Archbishop's cathedral, his disquiet curdled into a righteous fury. He saw in these nocturnal perambulations not mere somnambulism, but a horrifying abandonment of the God-given faculty of conscious reason, a deliberate surrender to the dark, chaotic forces that lurked just beyond the veil of waking life. The contest itself was, in his eyes, an act of supreme blasphemy, an invitation for such forces to feast upon the souls of the unsuspecting elite, transforming a royal malady into a grotesque spectacle. His initial expressions of displeasure were subtle yet chilling. During morning mass, his homilies began to touch upon themes of uncontrolled appetites and the dangers of minds unmoored from divine guidance. He spoke in somber tones of souls adrift in the uncharted oceans of the unconscious, hinting at perilous currents and monstrous depths. The royal chaplain, a nervous man who sweated profusely even in winter, relayed these increasingly pointed warnings to King Ludwig's council, who, preoccupied with the missing royal spoons, courtesy of a sleepwalking prince who believed they were particularly shiny beetles, largely ignored them. However, the scandal of the missing crown proved to be the tipping point. To crown a beast, an animal of the field, with the very symbol of divine right and monarchical authority, this was an act of sacrilege so profound it sent shivers down the spine of every clergyman. It was not mere disrespect. It was an inversion of the sacred order, a mockery of the very power bestowed by God upon his anointed rulers. Archbishop Ignatius thundered from his pulpit, his voice echoing through the nave like a judgment from on high. He condemned the unholy spectacle unfolding at the palace, decrying it as a demonic revelry designed to undermine the very fabric of Christian society. He painted vivid pictures of nobles, once paragons of order and virtue, now cavorting in the shadows, their souls vulnerable to infernal whispers. He seized upon each incident, twisting it into a testament of the devil's influence. King Ludwig's architectural feats were not merely re-engineering. They were the unholy deconstruction of God's perfect design, a tampering with the foundations of creation. Duchess Amalia's glowing fungi were pagan phosphorescence, conjured from the netherworld to lure innocent souls into bioluminescent blasphemy. King Frederick William's unseen orchestra was a cacophony of infernal spirits, conducting a symphony of damnation. Prince Louis Philippe's military strategies were demon-inspired battle plans, drawn in the blood of unseen conflicts. Countess Isolde's tapestries were blasphemous depictions, woven with the threads of sin and deceit. Even the innocent, if bewildering, cartography of Duke Casimir was reinterpreted as dabbling in forbidden knowledge, charting the pathways to perdition. Duchess Clarissa's disarming of the guard, already a source of political paranoia, was now the work of unholy hands, designed to sow discord and render the faithful defenseless. And Lord Pumpernickel's voluminous bread delivery, that, the Archbishop declared, was a grotesque parody of divine providence, a gluttonous feast for the demons of excess, mocking the true bread of life. The Archbishop issued a formal ecclesiastical decree, read aloud in every church across Bavaria, and hastily copied and dispatched to every bishopric in Europe. It denounced the royal sleepwalking contest as an unholy abomination, a perverse carnival of the unconscious, and a stark invitation for the forces of darkness to seize dominion over the souls of man. It declared that participation in, or even attendance at, such a contest was a grave sin, risking excommunication and eternal damnation. The decree demanded, in no uncertain terms, the immediate and unequivocal cancellation of the competition. Failure to comply, the Archbishop warned, would result in divine retribution. Pestilence, famine, and the wrath of God unleashed upon the entire kingdom. He spoke of ancient prophecies of the collapse of empires brought low by hubris and the cultivation of unnatural states. He even hinted at the possibility of mass exorcisms, a terrifying prospect for a populace already unnerved by the nightly strange occurrences. The effect was immediate and profound. The ordinary populace, already superstitious and prone to fits of religious fervor, was thrown into a state of panic. Villagers whispered tales of demonic possession, of nobles communing with unseen entities in their sleep. Fear-mongering pamphlets, often poorly illustrated, depicted sleepwalking monarchs with glowing red eyes and cloven hooves, distributing cursed bread or signing treaties with invisible devils. Public gatherings outside the palace grew restless, their shouts morphing from curious whispers to condemnatory roars. Priests across the land, emboldened by the Archbishop's decree, refused to grant absolution to any courtier known to have chuckled at a sleepwalking noble, much less to any member of the organizing committee. Inside the palace, the atmosphere, already heavy with diplomatic tension and the lingering scent of damp nightgowns, curdled into outright dread. Minister von Zephyr, who had considered himself a master of worldly affairs, found himself utterly outmatched by spiritual condemnation. How does one negotiate with divine wrath? How does one explain away a sleepwalking duke to a populace convinced he is possessed by a demon of architectural rearrangement? Dr. Kessel, his scientific mind accustomed to earthly maladies, found his medical explanations utterly useless against the tide of theological outrage. His carefully compiled notes on sleep cycles and brain activity seemed ludicrous in the face of accusations of infernal influence. King Ludwig VII, already bewildered by the constant reports of his own nocturnal redecorations, was now caught between the rock of international political crisis and the hard place of a furious church. His divine right to rule suddenly felt rather less divine when the very source of his power was being openly questioned by the most powerful religious authority in his kingdom. The contest, meant to restore a semblance of order and perhaps even provide entertainment, had instead drawn the ire of the heavens themselves. The royal court, once a bastion of enlightenment and sophisticated thought, was now consumed by a medieval fear of the supernatural. The Church's intervention had added a new terrifying dimension to the crisis, transforming a bizarre societal phenomenon into a full-blown spiritual war. The fate of the contest, and perhaps the very soul of the kingdom, now hung precariously in the balance, dangling by a thread of collective unconsciousness and theological outrage, as the pious masses demanded, with fervent conviction, that the demonic revelry cease. Chapter 12. The Peasants' Sleepwalking Rebellion. The solemn pronouncements from Archbishop Ignatius, echoing through every consecrated hall, and whispered through every humble dwelling, had done little to quell the mounting chaos in the Bavarian palace. Instead, they had merely shifted the public's perception of the royal sleepwalking from bewildering eccentricity to outright demonic possession, adding a thick layer of fear and righteous indignation to the already volatile atmosphere. The common people, who had initially regarded the royal sleepwalking contest as a distant, amusing, if utterly bizarre, spectacle confined to the gilded cage of nobility, now viewed it with a mixture of terror and growing resentment. The tales of the accidental treaty, the disarmed guard, and particularly the crowning of a mayor with a sacred crown of eternal vigilance, filtered down from the court, twisting with each retelling, until they became dark parables of aristocratic degeneracy and infernal influence. The baker's bewildering bounty of bread, initially a source of cheer, quickly became yet another proof of the unnatural abundance wrought by the devil's hand in the royal household, a gluttonous feast for the possessed. Amidst this growing spiritual disquiet and economic absurdity, a curious and profoundly unsettling trend began to unfurl itself in the villages and hamlets surrounding the capital. It started subtly, as most truly disruptive movements do, with a single, audacious act of imitation, quickly followed by a ripple of knowing glances and stifled snickers. The common folk, long accustomed to the hardships of daily life, but possessing a keen eye for hypocrisy and a dry wit honed by generations of quiet suffering, began to stage their own sleepwalking protests. The first recorded instance, recounted in hushed tones by a terrified local magistrate, involved Farmer Gregor, a man known for his meticulous rows of cabbages and an equally meticulous grievance list against his local lord concerning an unfair tax on turnip harvests, was discovered one dawn wandering through the lord's private hunting grounds. He was dressed in his finest, though patched, linen nightshirt, his eyes wide and unseeing, his arms outstretched. What made this peculiar was that Farmer Gregor was, by all accounts, a notoriously light sleeper, prone to waking at the slightest creak of a mouse. Yet there he was, ostensibly in a deep slumber, systematically, and with astonishing precision, uprooting every single one of the newly planted saplings that lined the Lord's favorite hunting path. When confronted by a bewildered gamekeeper, Gregor merely mumbled something about the spirit of the forest demanding realignment and drifted away, his pedometer, crude contraption of pebbles in a pouch tied to his ankle, rattling softly. The gamekeeper, having heard the tales from the capital, dared not awaken him. Word of Gregor's nocturnal protest spread like wildfire. Peasants who had long chafed under burdensome taxes, unfair tithes, and arbitrary decrees from absentee landlords suddenly found a novel, unpunishable method of expressing their discontent. If the nobles could wreak havoc and reshape policy in their sleep, why should the common folk be denied such an effective, if utterly absurd, avenue of dissent? The archbishop's sermons, intended to instill fear of demonic possession, inadvertently provided a convenient, albeit sacrilegious, cover. Who could punish a man, after all, if his actions were dictated by forces beyond his conscious control, perhaps even by the very demons the clergy so vehemently condemned? The protests took on a myriad of forms, each a mocking echo of the nobles' antics. In the village of Dornbach, the entire community of weavers, desperate for fairer wages, was discovered one morning to have sleepwalked into the local textile factory. In their slumber, they had painstakingly, and with surprising uniformity, rearranged every single loom to produce fabric woven, not in the traditional intricate patterns required by the Lord, but in simple, coarse, utterly unsaleable squares, each square bearing a single, large, clearly discernible knot, as if in silent protest. Their whispering pages, usually their own children, stifling giggles were observed attempting to subtly guide them away from particularly expensive spools of silk, only for the sleepwalking weavers to drift back with renewed determination, their vacant eyes fixed on the most valuable thread. In the sprawling agricultural fields surrounding the Baron von Schultz manor, a particularly obnoxious landlord known for his punitive fines for even the slightest deviation from his crop rotation schedule, a remarkable sight greeted the dawn. The entire peasant community, ostensibly sleepwalking, had converged upon the central wheat field. With the methodical, unseeing precision of a well-drilled army, they had replowed a massive section of the field, not into neat parallel furrows, but into the unmistakable outline of a colossal, utterly impertinent donkey, its ears pointed defiantly towards the Baron's manor house. Tools lay scattered around, as if dropped mid-slumber. The Baron, red-faced with fury, could do little but stare at the monumental silent insult etched into his very land. How could he punish such an act? It was clearly the work of somnambulism, perhaps even demonic mischief, as the Archbishop had so helpfully suggested. The baker's midnight delivery had a particular resonance among the commoners. Inspired by Lord Pumpernickel, the bakers of several towns, struggling under heavy grain taxes, began to sleepwalk their entire night's output of bread into the most inconvenient places imaginable. The local tax collector's office, the stable of the town mayor, or in one memorable instance, the very bedchamber of a particularly despised magistrate, who This was not generosity. It was an act of profound, silent ridicule, and overwhelming of the oppressors with the very symbol of their daily sustenance. The Church's condemnation, far from halting the sleepwalking epidemic, ironically provided a convenient legal and social shield for the commoners. When confronted by angry landlords or baffled constables, the sleepwalkers would merely stare blankly, their eyes wide and unfocused, perhaps mumbling about voices in the night or unseen hands guiding them. The very real fear of demonic possession, fueled by the Archbishop's fiery sermons, made local authorities hesitant to apply the usual harsh punishments. To flog a man for actions he committed while possessed was a perilous theological matter. Instead, they would often simply sigh, shake their heads, and leave the sleepwalkers to their strange unconscious acts of defiance, often leaving them with a small blessed crucifix to ward off further infernal influence. The phenomenon spread like a contagious yawn through the villages. Children sleepwalked their lessons onto the walls of the village schoolhouse, their chalk drawings depicting grotesque caricatures of the schoolmaster. Farmers' wives sleepwalked into the village market, meticulously rearranging all the produce into patterns that subtly highlighted unfair prices or poor quality goods. Even the village constable, a man of simple pleasures, was found one morning sleepwalking into the local tavern, and with surprising agility attempting to rearrange all the beer mugs into a precarious tower that defied the laws of physics, a silent, unconscious protest against the cost of ale. This grassroots sleepwalking rebellion presented a new insidious challenge to the established order. It was not a violent uprising, not a pitched battle, but a silent, pervasive, almost spiritual form of anarchy. How does one suppress a rebellion where the rebels claim no conscious intent? How do you arrest a sleepwalker? The very ambiguity of the condition, previously a source of discomfort for the nobility, now became a powerful weapon in the hands of the disaffected populace. The line between genuine somnambulism and calculated performance blurred to the point of invisibility. Local lords and magistrates, already struggling with the dictates of the central court regarding the official noble sleepwalkers, found themselves utterly bewildered by this popular imitation. They were, in effect, being mocked, defied, and undermined by a wave of unconscious civil disobedience that they could neither comprehend nor effectively combat. Minister Klaus von Zephyr and Dr. Kessel, receiving increasingly frantic reports from provincial governors about the spreading somnambulism among the commoners, could only stare at each other in profound, shared despair. The royal sleepwalking contest, intended to contain and manage a problem, had instead released a far more unpredictable, far more dangerous genie from its bottle. The kingdom was no longer simply grappling with eccentric nobles. It was now facing a widespread silent insurgency, a popular movement of unconscious protest that cleverly exploited the very fears and absurdities created by the ruling class. The political crisis, already multi-layered and complex, had just descended into a new terrifying realm, where the oppressed could articulate their grievances not with shouts, but with the quiet, unsettling, and utterly unpunishable actions of their feigned, sleep-addled minds. The kingdom was not merely teetering. It was dancing on the edge of a precipice, led by the quiet footsteps of a million dreaming, or pretending to dream, commoners. Chapter 13. The spy who sleepwalked too far. The Bavarian palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed, not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits. The astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves, while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces. The chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers of Wallachian sleeper aid. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee, and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. It was amidst this volatile landscape of paranoia, absurdity, and profound exhaustion that a new, more insidious threat began to emerge, one that would irrevocably shatter the already thin veneer of trust that remained. For while the genuine sleepwalkers were agents of chaos, they were, crucially, unintentional agents. Their actions, however destructive, lacked malice or conscious design. But lurking within the palace walls, concealed amidst the genuine somnambulists, was a presence far more dangerous, a conscious mind feigning slumber, a spy exploiting the very rules of the contest for nefarious ends. Monsieur Anatole Dubois was not a noble nor a contestant. He was a discreet, impeccably dressed attaché within the French delegation, ostensibly present to observe Prince Regent Louis Philippe's nightly strategic maneuvers. In truth, Dubois was one of Europe's most accomplished agents, a master of disguise and deception, whose true allegiance lay with a certain powerful neighboring empire that had for decades harbored a keen interest in Bavarian affairs, particularly its burgeoning trade routes and its increasingly unstable political climate. Dubois had arrived in Bavaria not with a pedometer, but with a carefully cultivated alibi, a meticulously researched, highly convincing case of sporadic nocturnal tidiness, a fabricated sleepwalking quirk designed to blend seamlessly with the bizarre habits of the genuine nobles. His sleepwalking, as observed by his two highly trained, equally conniving whispering pages who were, in fact, his own junior agents, posing as loyal attendants, was remarkably subtle. Monsieur Dubois, in his feigned slumber, would embark upon silent, methodical tours of the palace's most sensitive areas. His unconscious compulsion, he had carefully instructed his pages to report, was an inexplicable urge to correct slight misalignments in the royal library's books, to redust already gleaming banisters, or to straighten paintings that were, to the waking eye, already perfectly plumb. These seemingly innocuous acts provided him with ample opportunity to linger undetected near open doors, to pause beside a partially unsealed dispatch, or to casually brush against a courtier's discarded notes, all while his eyes remained wide, vacant, and seemingly oblivious. His disguise was flawless. He moved with the ethereal grace of a true somnambulist, his breath even, his steps noiseless. He even mumbled occasionally in what his pages claimed was a peculiar form of sleep rhyming, a series of nonsensical couplets that masked his true intent to listen. It was during the 6th night of the contest, a night marked by a particularly aggressive sleep rearrangement of the palace's entire collection of armaments by King Ludwig, who in his slumber seemed convinced the halberds needed better feng shui, that the opportunity arose. King Ludwig VII, Minister von Seefuhr, and the Prussian ambassador Baron von Haffen were holding a highly confidential late-night discussion in the king's private study. The topic was the rapidly escalating whispering willow mine crisis, and more pressingly, the burgeoning peasant sleepwalking rebellion, which threatened to plunge Bavaria into widespread civil unrest. The window shutters were drawn, the door bolted, and a single flickering lantern cast long dancing shadows across their anxious faces. They spoke in hushed, urgent tones, outlining contingency plans, discussing intelligence reports, and debating potential military deployments should the peasant unrest turn violent. This was intelligence of the highest order, capable of swaying alliances and altering the course of a continent. Monsieur Dubois, guided by an uncanny, yet entirely conscious instinct, drifted towards the study. His sleepwalking quirk that night was the nocturnal assessment of paper humidity, a conveniently vague excuse to touch and examine any parchment or documents he encountered. His whispering pages, disguised as mere attendants, subtly nudged him towards the study's exterior wall, where a barely perceptible crack in the plaster near the window offered a perfect, if narrow, listening post. Dubois paused there, his back to the wall, his head tilted slightly, as if examining a loose stone in the masonry. His eyes, though wide and unseeing to any casual observer, were in fact intensely focused, his ears straining to catch every whispered word. His breathing remained perfectly even, his posture relaxed, the very embodiment of serene unconsciousness. He even managed to occasionally emit a soft guttural as if in deep sleep contemplation of the humidity levels. For nearly an hour, Dubois absorbed every detail. King Ludwig's anxieties about the stability of his own throne, Minister von Zephyr's desperate pleas for more troops to suppress the donkey-shaped fields, and Baron von Hafen's surprisingly firm warnings about Prussian non-intervention unless their own strategic interests were directly threatened. Dubois meticulously catalogued troop strengths, supply routes, and the precise level of diplomatic exasperation. He even noted King Ludwig's accidental slip about a secret treaty he was contemplating with Austria, a diplomatic maneuver previously unknown to his own ministers. It was a treasure trove of vital intelligence, gathered under the most extraordinary of covers. The only one who noticed anything amiss was not a guard, nor a noble, but Sergeant Major Gunther, a grizzled, unshakable veteran of the palace guard, who had served under 3 kings and witnessed more inexplicable events than he cared to remember. Gunther was a man of routines, and his routine included a meticulous, almost ritualistic, inspection of the perimeter of the king's private study every hour on the half-hour. He had watched Dubois sleepwalk past his post several times over the past nights, always with the same tidying or assessing quirks. But tonight there was a subtle difference. Dubois' movements were too fluid, his humming too consistent, his apparent concentration on the wall's plaster too unwavering. Gunther had seen true sleepwalkers. They stumbled, they hesitated, they reacted to unseen stimuli in peculiar ways. Dubois, however, moved with the unwavering intent of a conscious man. Moreover, Gunther had noticed the almost imperceptible flicker in Dubois' wide, unseeing eyes whenever a particularly resonant phrase or a sharp intake of breath was heard from within the study. It was a minuscule twitch, a fleeting spark of awareness that no truly unconscious mind could possess. Gunther, a man of action rather than abstract thought, did not debate the meaning of the contest's rules or the fine line between sleep and wakefulness. He acted. With a quiet nod to his subordinate, he positioned himself directly in Dubois' path. As Dubois, still sleepwalking, approached, Gunther executed a perfectly timed, entirely deliberate, and utterly silent maneuver. He accidentally dropped a small, heavy silver coin directly at Dubois' feet. The coin landed with a barely audible clinking on the marble floor. A true sleepwalker would have either ignored it, stumbled over it, or perhaps, if it caught their unconscious interest, picked it up and attempted to deposit it into a flower pot. But Dubois, for a fleeting, fatal second, flashed a glance downwards, his eyes losing their vacant stare, becoming sharp, assessing before quickly snapping back into their blank, unseeing state. He then, with a barely perceptible hesitation, deliberately stepped over the coin, continuing his assessment of the wall. It was the precision of the step, the conscious choice to avoid, rather than react to, the unexpected obstacle that betrayed him. A true sleepwalker would have been far less graceful, far less discerning. Sergeant Major Gunther knew. He knew with the certainty of a man who had spent decades observing the subtle tells of human behavior. He silently motioned for his men. They moved with quiet efficiency, surrounding Dubois and his whispering pages. Gunther did not awaken Dubois. Instead, remembering the rules of the contest and the sensitive diplomatic climate, he merely, and very subtly, using the broad side of his gloved hand, redirected Dubois and his pages away from the study, guiding them towards a prepared, heavily monitored, and utterly silent holding chamber deep in the palace's less used servants' quarters. There, Dubois continued his sleepwalking, meticulously rearranging imaginary books on imaginary shelves, while Gunther and his men quietly stood guard, their faces grim. The revelation at dawn was devastating. Sergeant Major Gunther presented his meticulous report to a pale and trembling Minister von Zephyr and Dr. Kessel. The discovery of a foreign agent consciously exploiting the sleepwalking phenomenon as a cover for espionage was a catastrophic blow to the integrity of the contest, and more importantly, to the already fragile trust between the European powers. It transformed the entire bizarre spectacle from a chaotic, but ultimately innocent display of human oddity into a dangerously compromised arena for international intrigue. The French ambassador, confronted with the irrefutable evidence from Sergeant Major Gunter, whose reputation for unwavering honesty was legendary, attempted to feign outrage, protesting that Monsieur Dubois was merely a particularly diligent sleepwalker whose unconscious mind was prone to overtype. But the detailed observation of the conscious glance and the deliberate step over the coin, coupled with the convenient positioning near the king's study, was too damning. The ambassador eventually conceded, with a carefully constructed expression of profound regret, that Monsieur Dubois was indeed a zealous patriot whose sleepwalking, alas, too often mimicked his waking duties. The two whispering pages were quietly recalled to France, their faces betraying a mixture of relief and fear. The fallout was immediate and severe. Accusations of deliberate espionage, of cynical manipulation of a royal malady, flew across the courts of Europe. The very concept of sleepwalking, once a source of awkward amusement, was now inextricably linked with deception and betrayal. Security was immediately heightened throughout the palace, with guards now instructed to observe Gamomore closely for any signs of too much competence in a sleepwalker. The delicate line between genuine somnambulism and feigned unconsciousness, already blurred, now effectively vanished. Every sleepwalker became a potential spy. Every gentle murmur a coded message, every accidental rearrangement a deliberate act of sabotage. Minister Fontsafier, his voice hoarse from endless meetings, ordered an immediate review of every single sleepwalking quirk reported by the various delegations, scrutinizing them for any hint of conscious intent. The contest, already a diplomatic quagmire and a spiritual battleground, had now descended into a full-blown intelligence nightmare. The spy who sleepwalked too far had not merely gathered intelligence. He had irrevocably poisoned the well of trust, transforming the peculiar royal sleepwalking contest from an absurd demonstration of unconscious habits into a dangerous, high-stakes game of deliberate deception, bringing Europe precariously close to an intentional, rather than merely accidental. Chapter 14. The King's Midnight Epiphany, the Bavarian Palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete, somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits. The astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces. The chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers of war. Minister Klaus von Seefier, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessler, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. And the recent horrifying discovery of Monsieur Dubois, the spy who had so expertly feigned somnambulism to eavesdrop on sensitive state secrets, had shattered the last vestiges of trust, proving that the night, and indeed the entire competition, was now a dangerous charade, a perilous game where nothing was as it seemed. King Ludwig II of Bavaria, the unwitting architect of this grand, bewildering experiment, remained in his waking hours largely oblivious to the full extent of the calamity he had unleashed. His ministers, weary and haggard, delivered their daily reports with careful omissions, shielding His Majesty from the most egregious details. Fearing that a full accounting might send him into a waking fit of apoplexy, or worse, a permanent state of profound, inconvenient lucidity. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, and the peculiar ritual of the sleepwalking contest resumed, Ludwig, too, joined the nightly perambulations, his own somnambulism continuing its grand architectural odyssey, untouched by the growing storm. His pedometer, as always, clicked softly, meticulously recording his long, purposeful wanderings through the palace. On the 7th night of the contest, King Ludwig began his nightly journey with his usual determination. His particular quirk, as the kingdom well knew, was the relentless re-engineering of his surroundings. Tonight he was fixated on the grand salon, a vast chamber that, in his sleep, he perceived as having fundamentally flawed acoustics for silent, invisible symphonies. His goal was to rearrange the immense gilded mirrors to create a perfect echo chamber, a silent monument to unheard music. His loyal whispering pages, experts in guiding their monarch away from large breakable objects and towards pre-approved sturdy ones, followed close behind, their hands already anticipating the subtle redirects required to prevent mass reflection-based casualties. Ludwig moved with the steady, unseeing grace of a man entirely consumed by an internal vision, his nightshirt billowing softly behind him. He began to drag a particularly heavy velvet settee across the polished marble floor, its muffled scrape echoing in the cavernous room. But as he pulled the settee, his unseeing eyes swept across a series of objects that for the first time seemed to coalesce into a coherent, alarming narrative within his somnambulant mind. He passed a grand, ornate table where only hours before, Minister von Zephyr had been furiously attempting to redraft the Whispering Willow Mine Treaty, its lines still faintly visible beneath a hastily placed lace cloth. Ludwig paused, his hand hovering over the parchment. To his sleeping mind, this was not merely paper. It was a tangle, a jumble, a puzzle that needed correcting. Yet, instead of tidying it, a faint tremor ran through his hand. He continued, drifting towards a nearby alcove. There, tucked away in a corner, stood a discarded military uniform. It was Private Heinrich's tunic, still missing a few buttons from Duchess Clarissa's untangling efforts, and a single unlaced boot. Beside it lay the detached head of a halberd, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Ludwig paused again. To his sleeping mind, these were not mere objects. They were fragments of a deeper, unsettling disarray. He reached out, not to reassemble, but to simply touch the cold metal of the halberd head. A flicker, like a distant lightning strike, seemed to cross his otherwise vacant eyes. His path then led him, inexplicably, towards the grand staircase. As he ascended, his eyes fell upon a faint, brownish smudge on the pristine white marble. It was a lingering stain from the stable cat, which had, on a previous night, enjoyed a brief, if utterly undignified, reign as the crowned monarch of the stables. The memory, or rather, the sensation of the crown sacrilege, now felt tangible, leaving a sour taste in his unseeing mouth. And then at the top of the stairs, another anomaly, a faint, peculiar outline on the wall. It was a chalk drawing, crude yet unmistakably defiant, depicting a donkey with a crown on its head, clearly left by a sleepwalking peasant from the rebellion that had begun to spread through the kingdom. It was too much. The confluence of these bizarre, interconnected incidents, the treaty, the disarmed guard, the crown's desecration, the peasants' silent rebellion, the very air thick with the residue of diplomatic chaos and spiritual condemnation, all slammed into King Ludwig's unconscious mind with the force of a battering ram. He stopped dead. His hands, which moments before had been poised to rearrange a vast gilded mirror, now slowly, shakily, dropped to his sides. His wide, unseeing eyes seemed to acquire a terrifying internal focus. The music he had been attempting to conduct in his sleep, the silent symphony of ordered mirrors, fractured. Instead, a cacophony of sound assaulted his dreaming consciousness. The distant gurgled of Lord Pumpernickel's bread gold being deposited, the frantic scribbling of the spy Dubois's whispering pages, the solemn, thunderous voice of Archbishop Ignatius condemning his demonic revelry, the muffled displouche of Duke Otto in the moat, and the low, defiant braying of the donkey in the field. It was a symphony of chaos, a chorus of unintended consequences, each note a direct result of the peculiar competition he had sanctioned. He saw it all not as a series of isolated events, but as a vast, intricate, and utterly uncontrolled tapestry of disaster, woven by the unseeing hands of his noble guests, and most chillingly by his own somnambulistic impulses. His architectural re-engineering, which had once seemed a harmless eccentricity, now appeared as a bizarre, self-destructive metaphor for his reign, dismantling the very foundations of his kingdom. The competition, intended to control the problem of sleepwalking, had simply opened a floodgate for every conceivable form of chaos. Diplomatic crises, security breaches, economic disruption, spiritual condemnation, and popular rebellion. The pursuit of most restless noble had not brought order. It had brought the kingdom to the brink of profound, unmanageable disarray. In this rare, terrible moment of clarity, King Ludwig VII did not awaken. But his sleepwalking ceased its constructive, chaotic purpose. Instead, he turned slowly, his vacant eyes now seeming to hold a glimmer of profound existential dread. He began to pace, not with the purposeful stride of a redecorator, but with the halting, uncertain steps of a man lost in a terrifying maze. He walked past the fragmented evidence of the contest's failures, his movements now conveying a profound sense of urgency, a silent, desperate search for an exit from the nightmare he had inadvertently conjured. He wandered into the deserted Hall of Monarchs, where the empty display case of the Crown of Eternal Vigilance mocked him with its vacancy. He then drifted towards the antechamber of Minister von Zephyr's quarters, his hand reaching out not to rearrange a painting, but to grasp the doorknob, as if seeking counsel, even in his slumber. His whispering pages, Lars and Sven, watched with growing alarm. Their king was not creating. He was simply searching, his unconscious mind wrestling with a truth too terrible for his waking self to bear. As dawn broke, painting the disheveled palace in a pallid, exhausted light, King Ludwig VII was found not in his bed, but slumped against the door of Minister von Zephyr's study, his hand still resting on the polished brass knob, as if he had almost knocked, almost sought help. His nightshirt was slightly rumpled, his pedometer indicated a staggering distance, but his face, usually placid in slumber, was etched with a profound, almost human weariness. There was a subtle tension in his jaw, a faint line etched between his brows that spoke of an unseen struggle. When he finally stirred, slowly, and opened his eyes, they still held a faint, lingering shadow of the Epiphany. He stretched, yawned, and blinked. "Klaus," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "A strange infection to it. I had the most dreadful dream." The palace was untidy, and there were so many, many loaves of bread in the larder. And a donkey. He paused, rubbing his brow, a vague sense of unease clinging to him like a damp shroud. "I believe," he said, more to himself than to his still sleeping staff, "we may have made a grave error." Minister von Zephyr, summoned moments later by the frantic, whispering pages, found King Ludwig sitting on the floor looking entirely unroyal, yet utterly, uncharacteristically thoughtful. The king's morning routine of immediate demands for coffee and a review of his waistcoats was abandoned. Instead, he simply gazed out the window at the rising sun, the faint trace of understanding still in his eyes. He didn't remember the full scope of his midnight epiphany, the specific details of the treaties or the spies, but a core, undeniable truth had imprinted itself upon his psyche. The contest had spiraled into an uncontrollable vortex. It was no longer a matter of sport or amusement. It was a crisis, deep and pervasive, threatening to unravel the very kingdom he presided over. And for the first time, King Ludwig VII, the accidental instigator of it all, felt the true waking weight of his somnambulistic folly. The game, he sensed, had profoundly, irrevocably changed. Chapter 15. The final night. A palace in panic, the Bavarian Palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum perpetually teetering on the brink of complete, somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed, not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits, the astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves, while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces, the chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers of Wallachia. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. And the recent horrifying discovery of M. Dubois, the spy who had so expertly feigned somnambulism to eavesdrop on sensitive state secrets, had shattered the last vestiges of trust, proving that the night, and indeed the entire competition, was now a dangerous charade, a perilous game where nothing was as it seemed. King Ludwig VII of Bavaria, the unwitting architect of this grand, bewildering experiment, remained in his waking hours largely oblivious to the full extent of the calamity he had unleashed. His ministers, weary and haggard, delivered their daily reports with careful omissions, shielding his Majesty from the most egregious details, fearing that a full accounting might send him into a waking fit of apoplexy, or worse, a permanent state of profound, inconvenient lucidity. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, and the peculiar ritual of the sleepwalking contest resumed, Ludwig, too, joined the nightly perambulations, his own somnambulism continuing its grand architectural odyssey, untouched by the growing storm. His pedometer, as always, clicked softly, meticulously, recording his long, purposeful wanderings through the palace. On the 7th night of the contest, King Ludwig began his nightly journey with his usual determination. His particular quirk, as the kingdom well knew, was the relentless re-engineering of his surroundings. Tonight, he was fixated on the Grand Salon, a vast chamber that, in his sleep, he perceived as having fundamentally flawed acoustics for silent, invisible symphonies. His goal was to rearrange the immense gilded mirrors, to create a perfect echo chamber, a silent monument to unheard music. His loyal whispering pages, experts in guiding their monarch away from large, breakable objects, and towards pre-approved sturdy ones, followed close behind, their hands already anticipating the subtle redirects required to prevent mass reflection-based casualties. Ludwig moved with the steady, unseeing grace of a man entirely consumed by an internal vision, his nightshirt billowing softly behind him. He began to drag a particularly heavy velvet settee across the polished marble floor, its muffled scrape echoing in the cavernous room. But as he pulled the settee, his unseeing eyes swept across a series of objects that for the first time seemed to coalesce into a coherent, alarming narrative within his somnambulant mind. He passed a grand, ornate table where only hours before, Minister von Zephyr had been furiously attempting to redraft the whispering Willowmine Treaty, its lines still faintly visible beneath a hastily placed lace cloth. Ludwig paused, his hand hovering over the parchment. To his sleeping mind, this was not merely paper. It was a tangle, a jumble, a puzzle that needed correcting. Yet, instead of tidying it, a faint tremor ran through his hand. He continued, drifting towards a nearby alcove. There, tucked away in a corner, stood a discarded military uniform. It was Private Heinrich's tunic, still missing a few buttons from Duchess Clarissa's untangling efforts, and a single, unlaced boot. Beside it lay the detached head of a halberd, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Ludwig paused again. To his sleeping mind, these were not mere objects. They were fragments of a deeper, unsettling disarray. He reached out, not to reassemble, but to simply touch the cold metal of the halberd head. A flicker, like a distant lightning strike, seemed to cross his otherwise vacant eyes. His path then led him, inexplicably, towards the grand staircase. As he ascended, his eyes fell upon a faint brownish smudge on the pristine white marble. It was a lingering stain from the stable cat, which had, on a previous night, enjoyed a brief, if utterly undignified, reign as the crowned monarch of the stables. The memory, or rather the sensation of the crown's sacrilege, now felt tangible, leaving a sour taste in his unseeing mouth. And then, at the top of the stairs, another anomaly, a faint, peculiar outline on the wall. It was a chalk drawing, crude yet unmistakably defiant, depicting a donkey with a crown on its head, clearly left by a sleepwalking peasant from the rebellion that had begun to spread through the kingdom. It was too much. The confluence of these bizarre, interconnected incidents, the treaty, the disarmed guard, the crown's desecration, the peasants' silent rebellion, the very air thick with the residue of diplomatic chaos and spiritual condemnation, all slammed into King Ludwig's unconscious mind with the force of a battering ram. He stopped dead. His hands, which moments before had been poised to rearrange a vast gilded mirror, now slowly, shakily dropped to his sides. His wide, unseeing eyes seemed to acquire a terrifying, internal focus. The music he had been attempting to conduct in his sleep, the silent symphony of ordered mirrors, fractured. Instead, a cacophony of sound assaulted his dreaming consciousness. The distant "oi-tui-tui" of Lord Pumpernickel's bread gold being deposited, the frantic scribbling of the spy Dubois' whispering pages, the solemn, thunderous voice of Archbishop ignaning his demonic revelry, the muffled donkey and the dog. It was a symphony of chaos, a chorus of unintended consequences, each note a direct result of the peculiar competition he had sanctioned. He saw it all, not as a series of isolated events, but as a vast, intricate, and utterly uncontrolled tapestry of disaster, woven by the unseeing hands of his noble guests, and, most chillingly, by his own somnambulistic impulses. His architectural re-engineering, which had once seemed a harmless eccentricity, now appeared as a bizarre, self-destructive metaphor for his reign, dismantling the very foundations of his kingdom. The competition, intended to control the problem of sleepwalking, had simply opened a floodgate for every conceivable form of chaos: diplomatic crises, security breaches, economic disruption, spiritual condemnation, and popular rebellion. The pursuit of most restless noble had not brought order. It had brought the kingdom to the brink of profound, unmanageable disarray. In this rare, terrible moment of clarity, King Ludwig VII did not awaken. But his sleepwalking ceased its constructive, chaotic purpose. Instead, he turned slowly, his vacant eyes now seeming to hold a glimmer of profound existential dread. He began to pace, not with the purposeful stride of a redecorator, but with the halting, uncertain steps of a man lost in a terrifying maze. He walked past the fragmented evidence of the contest's failures, his movements now conveying a profound sense of urgency, a silent, desperate search for an exit from the nightmare he had inadvertently conjured. He wandered into the deserted Hall of Monarchs, where the empty display case of the crown of eternal vigilance mocked him with its vacancy. He then drifted towards the antechamber of Minister von Zephyr's quarters, his hand reaching out, not to rearrange a painting, but to grasp the doorknob, as if seeking counsel even in his slumber. His whispering pages, Lars and Sven, watched with growing alarm. Their king was not creating. He was simply searching, his unconscious mind wrestling with a truth too terrible for his waking self to bear. As dawn broke, painting the disheveled palace in a pallid, exhausted light, King Ludwig VII was found not in his bed, but slumped against the door of Minister von Zephyr's study, his hand still resting on the polished brass knob, as if he had almost sought help. His nightshirt was slightly rumpled, his pedometer indicated a staggering distance, but his face, usually placid in slumber, was etched with a profound, almost human weariness. There was a subtle tension in his jaw, a faint line, etched between his brows that spoke of an unseen struggle. When he finally stirred, slowly, and opened his eyes, they still held a faint, lingering shadow of the Epiphany. He stretched, yawned, and blinked. "Klaus," he murmured, his voice hoarse, a strange inflection to it. "I had the most dreadful dream." The palace was untidy, and there were so many loaves of bread in the larder, and a donkey. He paused, rubbing his brow, a vague sense of unease clinging to him like a damp shroud. "I believe," he said, more to himself than to his still sleeping staff, "we may have made a grave error." Minister von Zephyr, summoned moments later by the frantic whispering pages, found King Ludwig sitting on the floor, looking entirely unroyal, yet utterly, uncharacteristically thoughtful. The king's morning routine of immediate demands for coffee and a review of his waistcoats was abandoned. Instead, he simply gazed out the window at the rising sun, the faint trace of understanding still in his eyes. He didn't remember the full scope of his midnight epiphany, the specific details of the treaties or the spies, but a core, undeniable truth had imprinted itself upon his psyche. The contest had spiraled into an uncontrollable vortex. It was no longer a matter of sport or amusement. It was a crisis, deep and pervasive, threatening to unravel the very kingdom he presided over. And for the first time, King Ludwig VII, the accidental instigator of it all, felt the true, waking weight of his somnambulistic folly. The game, he sensed, had profoundly, irrevocably changed. Chapter 16. The Aftermath. Broken alliances the morning after King Ludwig VII's rare, unsettling midnight epiphany, the Bavarian palace did not merely awaken. It groaned. The grand halls, usually bustling with the crisp efficiency of courtly life, instead hummed with a palpable dread, a collective hangover not from overindulgence in wine, but from an overdose of bewildering, sleep-induced anarchy. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his umbrella now seemingly fused to his weary hand, looked as though he had aged a decade overnight. Dr. Kessel, his face the color of stale bread, muttered darkly about the inherent fragility of the human psyche and the urgent need for a universal, medically enforced bedtime. The faint, sweet smell of yeast still permeated the lower levels, a perplexing reminder of Lord Pumpernickel's nocturnal generosity. While upstairs, the memory of the crown of eternal vigilance, perched atop a mare's head, lingered like a particularly stubborn stain on the collective consciousness. King Ludwig, for his part, had indeed woken with a vague yet persistent sense of unease. His initial fragmented memory of an untidy palace and a donkey continued to plague him. He was uncharacteristically quiet during his morning toilette, a faint furrow appearing between his brows, a phenomenon as rare as a silent courtier. His usual cheerful demands for crisp linen and a review of his waistcoats were replaced by a pensive silence, occasionally punctuated by a soft sigh. He did not, of course, recall the precise details of his unconscious stroll through the debris of his own making, nor the horrifying realization that had dawned upon his sleeping mind. Yet the feeling of profound error, of a grand scheme gone spectacularly awry clung to him. He requested Minister Fonsefier attend him immediately, bypassing the usual formalities, a sign of truly dire circumstances. Minister Fonsefier arrived, bracing himself for the inevitable royal outburst, perhaps a demand for new wallpaper, or an inquiry into the number of stable cats. Instead, he found His Majesty gazing out the window with an uncharacteristic solemnity. "Klaus the King began, his voice softer than usual, this contest. It seems to have created certain complications." Fonsefier merely nodded, struggling to keep his expression neutral. Complications indeed. The word felt woefully inadequate, like describing a tsunami as a brisk paddle. The diplomatic fallout was not merely immediate. It was a cascading avalanche of outrage, suspicion, and thinly veiled threats. The already strained alliances, held together by centuries of intricate marriage contracts and fragile economic interests, began to fray with astonishing speed, each thread snapped by a nocturnal whim. The first to make their displeasure known, and to do so with vociferous, almost operatic indignation, was the delegation from Viridia. Madame Dubois, their chief ambassador, a woman whose composure was usually as unyielding as polished granite, stormed into the royal reception hall, her face a mask of furious righteousness. She brandished a copy of the now infamous Somnambulant Treaty of the Whispering Willow Mine, its final page still bearing the undeniable impress of both Poldavian and Viridian seals, and the fatal sleep-added 9 that had transformed their share of the silver profits from a respectable 60% to a paltry 40%. "This is an abomination!" she shrieked, her voice cutting through the polite murmur of the court. A fraudulent document conceived in slumber, executed by trickery, and sealed by a man whose consciousness resided in the land of dreams. Viridia refuses to acknowledge this travesty. We demand immediate repudiation. The Poldavian ambassador, Baron von Schnaps, a stout man whose face was perpetually flushed, retorted with equal vehemence, though his was the vehemence of smug satisfaction. "The seals are affixed, madame. The agreement stands. Whether by waking hand or divine inspiration, or indeed the meticulous hand of a sleepwalking British attached the contract, is binding. Poldavia views this as a blessing, a sign that the very cosmos favors our rightful claim." The two ambassadors then proceeded to engage in a furious, bellowing debate right there in the reception hall, their respective whispering pages standing awkwardly nearby, exchanging mournful glances. The no external interference rule, originally intended to protect the integrity of the contest, had instead enshrined accidental international policy. Viridia, saying no swift resolution, formally announced its immediate withdrawal from the royal sleepwalking contest, and began preparations to recall its entire delegation, hinting darkly at future, unforeseen difficulties in trade relations with Bavaria. Poldavia, meanwhile, saw no reason to leave, the king still cheerfully sleepwalking through the palace, occasionally attempting to count the number of threads in the royal tapestries, a testament to his waking obsession with textile tariffs. The Wallachian delegation, already under a cloud of suspicion following Duchess Clarissa's masterful disarming of Private Heinrich, found themselves increasingly isolated. Their attempts to explain the Duchess' untangling compulsion as a harmless, albeit unusual, form of creative expression were met with icy stares and thinly veiled accusations of espionage. The Prussian ambassador, Baron von Haffen, whose nation valued order above all else, openly expressed his concern regarding the pervasive lack of discipline demonstrated by some participants. To disarm a sovereign's guard, however inadvertently, is an act of profound disrespect, an undermining of security itself, he declared, his voice a low growl. While Wallachia did not immediately withdraw, their delegation remained under constant, overt surveillance, and their pleas for a fair assessment of Duchess Clarissa's points for creative expression, for her ingenious untangling of a particularly knotted chandelier pull cord, were summarily dismissed. The French delegation, though having quietly recalled Monsieur Dubois under the pretense of a sudden family illness, found themselves caught in a delicate diplomatic dance. While they officially condemned any acts of espionage, the lingering suspicion of their involvement had poisoned relations. Prince Regent Louis Philippe, oblivious to the scandal, continued his nightly strategic maneuvers, though his whispering pages now moved with an almost paranoid awareness of any lurking shadows, constantly checking for hidden observers. The French ambassador, now sweating profusely even in the cool Bavarian air, privately confessed to Minister von Zephyr that the entire affair was becoming an embarrassment of such magnitude that Paris was considering formally disavowing any knowledge of somnambulism entirely. Perhaps the most visceral reaction came from the Swedish delegation, whose national pride had been profoundly wounded by the scandal of the missing crown. The image of the crown of eternal vigilance resting on a horse's bridle, with a stable cat ensconced within its jewels, had spread across Europe in whispered anecdotes and crude caricatures, forever linking Swedish nobility with barnyard antics. The Swedish ambassador, a man usually known for his unflappable demeanor, had gone from puce to a mottled shade of angry beetroot. Baroness von Svensson is an artist, not a thief, he thundered, despite the fact that she had indeed removed the crown from its rightful place. This Bavarian court's inability to secure its own symbols of sovereignty is not a reflection on our noble's artistic vision, but a grotesque testament to your own incompetence. Sweden demanded a formal apology and a public declaration of Baroness Ingrid's innocence, and when none was immediately forthcoming, as Minister von Zephyr was too busy trying to unseal a treaty, they announced their immediate, furious departure, their carriages rolling out of the palace gates, trailing a cloud of offended dignity. Even the Duke of Württemberg, though somewhat appeased by the sudden, overwhelming abundance of fresh bread in the larder, which his staff had repurposed into a truly magnificent bread-based fort, felt a sting of national pride. Lord Pumpernickel, upon being informed of his unconscious bread deposits, had been mortified. His waking self was horrified by the sheer inefficiency of the act, the financial imprudence of moving so much capital without proper documentation. The Duke considered withdrawing, but the allure of free, albeit inadvertently acquired, bread proved too strong to resist entirely, though he did instruct Lord Pumpernickel's whispering pages to ensure all future deposits involved only non-perishable goods, preferably precious metals or rare gemstones. The overall atmosphere at the palace devolved into a peculiar blend of frantic activity and quiet despair. The remaining delegations viewed each other with deep suspicion. Every glance was scrutinized, every whispered conversation assumed to be an act of espionage. The very air was thick with mistrust. The whispering pages, once merely unobtrusive observers, now moved with the burden of potential witnesses to international incidents, their notebooks filled with details that could plunge nations into war. The rules of the contest, once a source of mild amusement, now felt like a cruel joke, a set of guidelines for a game that had morphed into a global political theater of the absurd. Minister von Zephyr and Dr. Kessel, huddled in a dimly lit antechamber, reviewed the unfolding catastrophe. The whispering Willow-Mine Treaty was now a diplomatic quagmire, threatening to disrupt trade routes and spark minor border skirmishes. The disarming of the Guard had led to a complete overhaul of palace security, with twice as many guards, most of whom were now themselves sleep-deprived, and prone to mistaking shadows for Wallachian sleeper agents. The Crown incident had led to a crisis of legitimacy for King Ludwig, his authority openly questioned by furious foreign powers. And the spy, Monsieur Dubois, had exposed a terrifying new dimension to statecraft: espionage under the guise of an uncontrollable medical condition. Beyond the palace walls, the situation was equally dire. Archbishop Ignatius continued his fiery sermons, his pronouncements of demonic revelry fueling the popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners. The peasants, emboldened by the lack of punishment for their unconscious acts of defiance, had grown bolder. Entire villages were now engaged in nightly, organized acts of somnambulant protest, transforming fields into satirical landscapes, redirecting rivers, and, in one notorious incident, sleepwalking the entire contents of a local lord's wine cellar into the village well, much to the initial bewilderment and subsequent tipsy delight of the populace. This widespread civil disobedience, utterly unpunishable due to its unconscious nature, was steadily eroding the king's authority over his own subjects. King Ludwig, sensing the pervasive unease, but still not fully comprehending the intricate web of disasters, eventually conceded that the contest might indeed need to be reconsidered. He summoned his council, his face still etched with that faint, uncharacteristic weariness. Perhaps, he mused, tapping a finger thoughtfully against his chin, the pursuit of most restless noble has, in fact, made us all less rested. The understatement hung in the air, heavy with the weight of shattered alliances, threatened wars, and the faint, unsettling braying of a donkey etched into a distant wheat field. The elegant game designed to control a bizarre malady had instead become a catalyst for a full-blown political crisis, leaving Europe's great powers no longer merely sleepwalking, but teetering on the edge of a wide-awake and very dangerous precipice. The question was no longer who would win, but whether any shred of order could be salvaged from the magnificent royal unconscious chaos. Chapter 17. The crown's recovery and embarrassment. The Bavarian palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete, somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed, not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits, the astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves, while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces, the chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. And the recent horrifying discovery of Monsieur Dubois, the spy who had so expertly feigned somnambulism to eavesdrop on sensitive state secrets, had shattered the last vestiges of trust, proving that the night, and indeed the entire competition, was now a dangerous charade, a perilous game where nothing was as it seemed. King Ludwig II of Bavaria, the unwitting architect of this grand, bewildering experiment, remained in his waking hours largely oblivious to the full extent of the calamity he had unleashed. His ministers, weary and haggard, delivered their daily reports with careful omissions, shielding His Majesty from the most egregious details, fearing that a full accounting might send him into a waking fit of apoplexy, or worse, a permanent state of profound, inconvenient lucidity. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, and the peculiar ritual of the sleepwalking contest resumed, Ludwig, too, joined the nightly perambulations, his own somnambulism continuing its grand architectural odyssey, untouched by the growing storm. His pedometer, as always, clicked softly, meticulously recording his long, purposeful wanderings through the palace. On the 7th night of the contest, King Ludwig began his nightly journey with his usual determination. His particular quirk, as the kingdom well knew, was the relentless re-engineering of his surroundings. Tonight, he was fixated on the grand salon, a vast chamber that in his sleep he perceived as having fundamentally flawed acoustics for silent, invisible symphonies. His goal was to rearrange the immense gilded mirrors to create a perfect echo chamber, a silent monument to unheard music. His loyal whispering pages, experts in guiding their monarch away from large, breakable objects and towards pre-approved, sturdy ones, followed close behind, their hands already anticipating the subtle redirects required to prevent mass reflection-based casualties. Ludwig moved with the steady, unseeing grace of a man entirely consumed by an internal vision, his nightshirt billowing softly behind him. He began to drag a particularly heavy velvet settee across the polished marble floor, its muffled scrape echoing in the cavernous room. But as he pulled the settee, his unseeing eyes swept across a series of objects that for the first time seemed to coalesce into a coherent, alarming narrative within his somnambulant mind. He passed a grand, ornate table where only hours before Minister von Zephyr had been furiously attempting to redraft the Whispering Willow Mine Treaty, its lines still faintly visible beneath a hastily placed lace cloth. Ludwig paused, his hand hovering over the parchment. To his sleeping mind, this was not merely paper. It was a tangle, a jumble, a puzzle that needed correcting. Yet instead of tidying it, a faint tremor ran through his hand. He continued, drifting towards a nearby alcove. There, tucked away in a corner, stood a discarded military uniform. It was Private Heinrich's tunic, still missing a few buttons from Duchess Clarissa's untangling efforts, and a single unlaced boot. Beside it lay the detached head of a halberd, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Ludwig paused again. To his sleeping mind, these were not mere objects. They were fragments of a deeper, unsettling disarray. He reached out, not to reassemble, but to simply touch the cold metal of the halberd head. A flicker, like a distant lightning strike, seemed to cross his otherwise vacant eyes. His path then led him inexplicably towards the grand staircase. As he ascended, his eyes fell upon a faint brownish smudge on the pristine white marble. It was a lingering stain from the stable cat, which had on a previous night enjoyed a brief, if utterly undignified, reign as the crowned monarch of the stables. The memory, or rather the sensation of the crowned sacrilege, now felt tangible, leaving a sour taste in his unseeing mouth. And then, at the top of the stairs, another anomaly. A faint, peculiar outline on the wall. It was a chalk drawing, crude yet unmistakably defiant, depicting a donkey with a crown on its head, clearly left by a sleepwalking peasant from the rebellion that had begun to spread through the kingdom. It was too much. The confluence of these bizarre, interconnected incidents, the treaty, the disarmed guard, the crown's desecration, the peasants' silent rebellion, the very air thick with the residue of diplomatic chaos and spiritual condemnation, all slammed into King Ludwig's unconscious mind with the force of a battering ram. He stopped dead. His hands, which moments before had been poised to rearrange a vast gilded mirror, now slowly, shakily, dropped to his sides. His wide, unseeing eyes seemed to acquire a terrifying internal focus. The music he had been attempting to conduct in his sleep, the silent symphony of ordered mirrors, fractured. Instead, a cacophony of sound assaulted his dreaming consciousness. The distant wave of Lord Pumpernickel's bread gold being deposited, the frantic scribbling of the spy Dubois' whispering pages, the solemn, thunderous voice of Archbishop Ignatius condemning his demonic revelry, the muffled sploosh of Duke Otto Nemo. It was a symphony of chaos, a chorus of unintended consequences, each note a direct result of the peculiar competition he had sanctioned. He saw it all not as a series of isolated events, but as a vast, intricate, and utterly uncontrolled tapestry of disaster woven by the unseeing hands of his noble guests, and most chillingly by his own somnambulistic impulses. His architectural re-engineering, which had once seemed a harmless eccentricity, now appeared as a bizarre, self-destructive metaphor for his reign, dismantling the very foundations of his kingdom. The competition, intended to control the problem of sleepwalking, had simply opened a floodgate for every conceivable form of chaos: diplomatic crises, security breaches, economic disruption, spiritual condemnation, and popular rebellion. The pursuit of most restless noble had not brought order. It had brought the kingdom to the brink of profound, unmanageable disarray. In this rare, terrible moment of clarity, King Ludwig VII did not awaken. But his sleepwalking ceased its constructive, chaotic purpose. Instead, he turned slowly, his vacant eyes now seeming to hold a glimmer of profound, existential dread. He began to pace, not with the purposeful stride of a redecorator, but with the halting, uncertain steps of a man lost in a terrifying maze. He walked past the fragmented evidence of the contest's failures, his movements now conveying a profound sense of urgency, a silent, desperate search for an exit from the nightmare he had inadvertently conjured. He wandered into the deserted Hall of Monarchs, where the empty display case of the Crown of Eternal Vigilance mocked him with its vacancy. He then drifted towards the antechamber of Minister von Zephyr's quarters, his hand reaching out, not to rearrange a painting, but to grasp the doorknob, as if seeking counsel, even in his slumber. His whispering pages, Lars and Sven, watched with growing alarm. Their king was not creating. He was simply searching, his unconscious mind wrestling with a truth too terrible for his waking self to bear. As dawn broke, painting the disheveled palace in a pallid, exhausted light, King Ludwig VII was found not in his bed, but slumped against the door of Minister von Zephyr's study, his hand still resting on the polished brass knob, as if he had almost knocked, almost sought help. His nightshirt was slightly rumpled, his pedometer indicated a staggering distance, but his face, usually placid in slumber, was etched with a profound, almost human weariness. There was a subtle tension in his jaw, a faint line etched between his brows that spoke of an unseen struggle. When he finally stirred, slowly, and opened his eyes, they still held a faint, lingering shadow of the Epiphany. He stretched, yawned, and blinked. "Klaus," he murmured, his voice hoarse, a strange inflection to it. "I had the most dreadful dream." The palace was untidy, and there were so many, many loaves of bread in the larder. And a donkey. He paused, rubbing his brow, a vague sense of unease clinging to him like a damp shroud. "I believe," he said, more to himself than to his still sleeping staff, "we may have made a grave error." Minister von Zephyr, summoned moments later by the frantic whispering pages, found King Ludwig sitting on the floor, looking entirely unroyal, yet utterly, uncharacteristically thoughtful. The king's morning routine of immediate demands for coffee and a review of his waistcoats was abandoned. Instead, he simply gazed out the window at the rising sun, the faint trace of understanding still in his eyes. He didn't remember the full scope of his midnight epiphany, the specific details of the treaties or the spies, but a core, undeniable truth had imprinted itself upon his psyche. The contest had spiraled into an uncontrollable vortex. It was no longer a matter of sport or amusement. It was a crisis, deep and pervasive, threatening to unravel the very kingdom he presided over. And for the first time, King Ludwig VII, the accidental instigator of it all, felt the true, waking weight of his somnambulistic folly. The game, he sensed, had profoundly, irrevocably changed. The royal palace had been turned inside out by the search for the Crown of Eternal Vigilance. Guards, ordinarily stoic and unyielding, now moved with a frantic desperation, their polished boots slipping on floors still slick with the residue of Duchess Amalia's nocturnal gardening projects, or Lord Pumpernickel's misplaced breadcrumbs. Courtiers, usually preoccupied with the intricacies of courtly etiquette, found themselves lifting tapestries and peering under settees, their faces etched with a peculiar blend of fear and exasperation. The royal chamberlain, whose meticulously groomed mustache had drooped in despair, had declared a full-scale, palace-wide search, allowing even the lowest of servants into areas usually forbidden, in the desperate hope of locating the missing symbol of Bavarian sovereignty. The atmosphere was a chaotic stew of whispered prayers, frantic searches, and the lingering, unsettling scent of misplaced prestige. It was during this desperate, multi-day scavenger hunt that the true, undignified location of the crown of eternal vigilance was finally revealed. The initial search had, of course, focused on areas of traditional value, vaults, private studies, even with a collective sigh of mortification, the royal stables where Baroness Ingrid had initially placed it. But the crown was nowhere to be found. The Swedish delegation, still smarting from the earlier accusation, was quick to point out, with a sniff of injured pride, that their noble had merely placed it there. Its further disappearance was clearly a testament to Bavarian laxity. Minister von Sefier, his patience thinner than a communion wafer, dispatched search parties into every conceivable nook and cranny of the sprawling edifice, his instructions growing more desperate with each passing hour. Look everywhere! No corner too humble, no crevice too insignificant. And so, it was into one such humble corner that the crown had, in its peculiar unconscious journey, finally come to rest. The scullery. Not the main, bustling kitchens, but the smaller, danker scullery used for the heaviest, most unpleasant cleaning tasks, the scrubbing of pots and pans too encrusted for the regular kitchen staff, the scraping of baked-on grime, the daily battle against the detritus of royal feasts. The scullery, with its stone floor perpetually damp, its air thick with the smell of lye soap, stale grease, and general culinary detritus, was the antithesis of royal splendor. Here, in the dim, pre-dawn gloom, a scullery maid named Greta, a stout woman with hands like calloused oak and a disposition as unyielding as the pots she scrubbed, was beginning her morning duties. She approached the largest of the iron tubs, filled with lukewarm, greasy water, and an assortment of particularly stubborn roasting pans. With a practiced sigh, she plunged her hands into the murky depths, reaching for the next victim of her relentless scrubbing. As her fingers closed around what felt like a strangely ridged circular object, she paused. It was too light for a pan, too heavy for a dishcloth. Her brow furrowed. She pulled it upwards, the object emerging slowly from the cloudy, soap-flecked water. And there it was, the crown of eternal vigilance. Half submerged in the grey, lukewarm water, nestled amongst a collection of particularly grimy pot scrubbers and a forgotten grease-caked ladle. Its diamonds, usually sparkling with majestic fire, were dulled by a thin film of grease, its gold settings coated in a fine, almost imperceptible layer of something resembling solidified gravy. It did not glisten. It merely sat there, an incongruous, utterly absurd testament to the night's unconscious journey. Greta stared. Her mind, accustomed to the mundane horrors of caked-on food and stubborn stains, struggled to comprehend the sight. The crown, gaudy, the sacred symbol of the kingdom, in her scullery bucket. She blinked. She prodded it with her finger. It was unmistakably real. A faint, almost imperceptible shrinking from a pedometer, half hidden under a stack of freshly laundered towels near the scullery door, barely registered. It was Duchess Clarissa of Wallachia. Her nocturnal compulsion for untangling and cleaning had, it turned out, developed a new bewildering target, intricate, tarnished royal object. After a successful untangling of Private Heinrich's uniform and halberd, an act that had sparked whispers of Wallachian sleeper agents, her somnambulant mind had been drawn to the Hall of Monarchs. She had found the crown of eternal vigilance, not on the horse's bridle, Baroness Ingrid's creation having been promptly, if discreetly, removed and placed in a safe but equally unconventional location by the royal chamberlain's terrified aides, who had overlooked the scullery in their panic. Instead, Duchess Clarissa had found the crown in a forgotten cleaning closet, where it had been temporarily placed by a frantic footman who thought it resembled a particularly elaborate dust-catcher. To Clarissa's sleeping mind, The crown was not a symbol of sovereignty, but an intricate, deeply tarnished object, perhaps a peculiar kind of candelabra or a ceremonial basin, yearning to be restored to its pristine state. She had, with her usual meticulousness, carried it through the palace, her whispering pages, Ioana and Bogdan, following in baffled silence as she descended into the depths of the kitchen. There she found the perfect basin for her cleaning project, Greta's scullery bucket. She had immersed the crown, picked up a coarse brush, and spent a good hour meticulously scrubbing away at its jewels and gold, convinced she was performing an act of diligent restoration. She had even hummed a little Wallachian lullaby, her unseeing eyes fixed on the task, before drifting off to untangle a particularly stubborn knot in a length of sausage, casing in the pantry, leaving the crown to soak. Greta's subsequent scream brought the entire kitchen staff running, followed swiftly by the royal chamberlain, Minister von Zephyr, who, upon seeing the crown, gripped his umbrella so tightly it audibly groaned, and a rapidly fainting Dr. Kess. The sight of the crown of eternal vigilance, dripping with soapy, greasy water, pulled from a scullery bucket, plunged the entire court into a new abyss of collective mortification. It transcended mere embarrassment. It was a public humiliation of the highest order. The fallout was immediate and multifaceted. The Swedish delegation, upon hearing the news, demanded a formal retraction of all previous accusations against Baroness Ingrid von Svensson. "We were told our noble desecrated the crown," bellowed the Swedish ambassador, his face beetroot red, "but to find it soaking in scullery water. This is an insult to the very concept of artistic curation. Our Baroness would never allow such an indignity. This is a clear testament to Bavarian negligence, not Swedish creativity." The resulting argument with the Bavarian court over whose sleepwalker had committed the greater indignity, placing it on a mare versus soaking it in grease, became a bizarre diplomatic skirmish in itself. The Prussian ambassador, Baron von Haffen, simply threw up his hands in disgust. "This contest is a farce, a danger. You cannot even safeguard your own crown from the dishwater. How can we trust any agreements made under such a climate of utter chaos?" He reiterated his demand for immediate cancellation, threatened to formally recommend that all Prussian nobles be permanently confined to their chambers, regardless of their somnambulant tendencies. Madame Dubois of Viridia, seizing the moment, declared that the discovery of the crown in such a state proved that Bavaria lacked the capacity to govern itself, much less enforce a treaty. "A state that allows its most sacred symbol to bathe with a ladle is hardly one to dictate terms on silver mines," she announced, to the delight of the Moldavian ambassador, who found himself strangely enjoying this new wave of chaos, seeing potential for further unconscious advantage. Archbishop Ignatius, upon receiving the news, declared it proof positive of demonic possession, the very symbol of divine right, defiled by the muck of earthly baseness. This is not somnambulism, but a deliberate act of infernal mockery. He intensified his sermons, leading to even larger, more fervent sleepwalking protests among the commoners, who now mimicked the Duchess's actions by sleepwalking with buckets of dirty water, cleansing the steps of local tax collectors or the statues of unpopular officials, leaving behind puddles of symbolic defilage. The line between genuine sleepwalking and deliberate satire blurred entirely. King Ludwig II, upon being informed of the crown's recovery and its utterly undignified location, initially stared blankly. His face, still etched with the faint weariness of his midnight epiphany, slowly registered the new horror. "In a bucket? With... he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The vague feeling of grave error that had plagued him intensified into a crushing weight. He felt a profound sense of personal and royal shame, the symbol of his reign reduced to a common kitchen utensil. He ordered its immediate meticulous cleaning using only the finest distilled rose water, and the softest silk cloths, a process that occupied a dozen chamberlains for 2 full days. The recovery of the crown, far from alleviating the scandal, had plunged it into new depths of absurdity and diplomatic despair. It underscored with shocking clarity that the royal sleepwalking contest was not just a source of minor inconveniences or amusing anecdotes. It was actively, profoundly, and repeatedly undermining the very foundations of Bavarian authority, national prestige, and international relations. The crown of eternal vigilance had been found, but its dignity, and indeed the dignity of the entire royal court, remained irretrievably lost, dissolved somewhere in the murky depths of a scullery bucket, a stark, gleaming symbol of the magnificent, royal, unconscious chaos that now reigned supreme. The political crisis, already multi-layered, had just acquired a new, thoroughly embarrassing and stubbornly greasy dimension. Chapter 18. The contest's unexpected legacy. The Bavarian palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete, somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed, not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits. The astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves, while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces. The chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard. Sparking whispers of Wallachian sleeper. 8. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee, and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. And the recent, horrifying discovery of Monsieur Dubois, the spy who had so expertly feigned somnambulism to eavesdrop on sensitive state secrets, had shattered the last vestiges of trust, proving that the night, and indeed the entire competition, was now a dangerous charade, a perilous game where nothing was as it seemed. King Ludwig II of Bavaria, the unwitting architect of this grand, bewildering experiment, remained in his waking hours largely oblivious to the full extent of the calamity he had unleashed. His ministers, weary and haggard, delivered their daily reports with careful omissions, shielding His Majesty from the most egregious details, fearing that a full accounting might send him into a waking fit of apoplexy, or worse, a permanent state of profound, inconvenient lucidity. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, and the peculiar ritual of the sleepwalking contest resumed, Ludwig, too, joined the nightly perambulations, his own somnambulism continuing its grand architectural odyssey, untouched by the growing storm. His pedometer, as always, clicked softly, meticulously recording his long, purposeful wanderings through the palace. On the 7th night of the contest, King Ludwig began his nightly journey with his usual determination. His particular quirk, as the kingdom well knew, was the relentless re-engineering of his surroundings. Tonight he was fixated on the Grand Salon, a vast chamber that in his sleep he perceived as having fundamentally flawed acoustics for silent, invisible symphonies. His goal was to rearrange the immense gilded mirrors to create a perfect echo chamber, a silent monument to unheard music. His loyal whispering pages, experts in guiding their monarch away from large, breakable objects and towards pre-approved, sturdy ones, followed close behind, their hands already anticipating the subtle redirects required to prevent mass reflection-based casualties. Ludwig moved with the steady, unseeing grace of a man entirely consumed by an internal vision, his nightshirt billowing softly behind him. He began to drag a particularly heavy velvet settee across the polished marble floor, its muffled scrape echoing in the cavernous room. But as he pulled the settee, his unseeing eyes swept across a series of objects that, for the first time, seemed to coalesce into a coherent, alarming narrative within his somnambulant mind. He passed a grand, ornate table where only hours before, Minister von Zephyr had been furiously attempting to redraft the Whispering Willow Mine Treaty, its lines still faintly visible beneath a hastily placed lace cloth. Ludwig paused, his hand hovering over the parchment. To his sleeping mind, this was not merely paper. It was a tangle, a jumble, a puzzle that needed correcting. Yet, instead of tidying it, a faint tremor ran through his hand. He continued, drifting towards a nearby alcove. There, tucked away in a corner, stood a discarded military uniform. It was Private Heinrich's tunic, still missing a few buttons from Duchess Clarissa's untangling efforts, and a single, unlaced boot. Beside it lay the detached head of a halberd, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Ludwig paused again. To his sleeping mind, these were not mere objects. They were fragments of a deeper, unsettling disarray. He reached out, not to reassemble, but to simply touch the cold metal of the halberd head. A flicker, like a distant lightning strike, seemed to cross his otherwise vacant eyes. His path then led him, inexplicably, towards the grand staircase. As he ascended, his eyes fell upon a faint, brownish smudge on the pristine white marble. It was a lingering stain from the stable cat, which had on a previous night enjoyed a brief if utterly undignified reign as the crowned monarch of the stables. The memory, or rather the sensation of the crown's sacrilege, now felt tangible, leaving a sour taste in his unseeing mouth. And then, at the top of the stairs, another anomaly. A faint, peculiar outline on the wall. It was a chalk drawing, crude yet unmistakably defiant, depicting a donkey with a crown on its head, clearly left by a sleepwalking peasant from the rebellion that had begun to spread through the kingdom. It was too much. The confluence of these bizarre interconnected incidents, the treaty, the disarmed guard, the crown's desecration, the peasants' silent rebellion, the very air thick with the residue of diplomatic chaos and spiritual condemnation, all slammed into King Ludwig's unconscious mind with the force of a battering ram. He stopped dead. His hands, which moments before had been poised to rearrange a vast gilded mirror, now slowly, shakily, dropped to his sides. His wide, unseeing eyes seemed to acquire a terrifying internal focus. The music he had been attempting to conduct in his sleep, the silent symphony of ordered mirrors, fractured. Instead, a cacophony of sound assaulted his dreaming consciousness. The distant Cthulhu of Lord Pumpernickel's bread gold being deposited, the frantic scribbling of the spy Dubois' whispering pages, the solemn, thunderous voice of Archbishop Ignatius condemning his demonic revelry, the muffled sploosh of Duke Otto in the moat, and the low, defiant braying of the donkey. It was a symphony of chaos, a chorus of unintended consequences, each note a direct result of the peculiar competition he had sanctioned. He saw it all, not as a series of isolated events, but as a vast, intricate, and utterly uncontrolled tapestry of disaster, woven by the unseen hands of his noble guests, and most chillingly, by his own somnambulistic impulses. His architectural re-engineering, which had once seemed a harmless eccentricity, now appeared as a bizarre, self-destructive metaphor for his reign, dismantling the very foundations of his kingdom. The competition, intended to control the problem of sleepwalking, had simply opened a floodgate for every conceivable form of chaos. Diplomatic crises, security breaches, economic disruption, spiritual condemnation, and popular rebellion. The pursuit of most restless noble had not brought order. It had brought the kingdom to the brink of profound, unmanageable disarray. In this rare, terrible moment of clarity, King Ludwig VII did not awaken. But his sleepwalking ceased its constructive, chaotic purpose. Instead, he turned slowly, his vacant eyes now seeming to hold a glimmer of profound, existential dread. He began to pace, not with the purposeful stride of a redecorator, but with the halting, uncertain steps of a man lost in a terrifying maze. He walked past the fragmented evidence of the contest's failures, his movements now conveying a profound sense of urgency, a silent, desperate search for an exit from the nightmare he had inadvertently conjured. He wandered into the deserted Hall of Monarchs, where the empty display case of the Crown of Eternal Vigilance mocked him with its vacancy. He then drifted towards the antechamber of Minister von Zephyr's quarters, his hand reaching out, not to rearrange a painting, but to grasp the doorknob as if seeking counsel even in his slumber. His whispering pages, Lars and Sven, watched with growing alarm. Their king was not creating, he was simply searching, his unconscious mind wrestling with a truth too terrible for his waking self to bear. As dawn broke, painting the disheveled palace in a pallid, exhausted light, King Ludwig VII was found not in his bed, but slumped against the door of Minister von Zephyr's study, his hand still resting on the polished brass knob, as if he had almost knocked, almost sought help. His nightshirt was slightly rumpled, his pedometer indicated a staggering distance, but his face, usually placid in slumber, was etched with a profound, almost human weariness. There was a subtle tension in his jaw, a faint line etched between his brows that spoke of an unseen struggle. When he finally stirred, slowly, and opened his eyes, they still held a faint, lingering shadow of the Epiphany. He stretched, yawned, and blinked. "Klaus," he murmured, his voice hoarse, a strange inflection to it. "I had the most dreadful dream. The palace was untidy, and there were so many, many loaves of bread in the larder. And a donkey." He paused, rubbing his brow, a vague sense of unease clinging to him like a damp shroud. "I believe," he said, more to himself than to his still sleeping staff, "we may have made a grave error." Minister von Zephyr, summoned moments later by the frantic whispering pages, found King Ludwig sitting on the floor, looking entirely unroyal, yet utterly, uncharacteristically thoughtful. The king's morning routine of immediate demands for coffee and a review of his waistcoats was abandoned. Instead, he simply gazed out the window at the rising sun, the faint trace of understanding still in his eyes. He didn't remember the full scope of his midnight epiphany, the specific details of the treaties or the spies, but a core, undeniable truth had imprinted itself upon his psyche. The contest had spiraled into an uncontrollable vortex. It was no longer a matter of sport or amusement. It was a crisis, deep and pervasive, threatening to unravel the very kingdom he presided over. And for the first time, King Ludwig II, the accidental instigator of it all, felt the true waking weight of his somnambulistic folly. The game, he sensed, had profoundly, irrevocably changed. The decision to abruptly conclude the royal sleepwalking contest, though initially met with a peculiar mixture of relief and disappointment, was delivered by Minister von Zephyr with the solemnity usually reserved for declarations of war or the announcement of new unpopular taxes. King Ludwig, still operating under the subtle, lingering shadow of his midnight epiphany, gave his assent with a quiet nod, his gaze unfocused as if still searching for the invisible donkey. The official reason provided for the cancellation was a vague yet grand pronouncement about the unforeseen and profound complexities of the royal unconscious, a phrase crafted by Dr. Kessel in a fit of sleep-deprived genius. In truth, the palace was teetering on the brink of complete diplomatic collapse, civil unrest, and perhaps a genuine war sparked by a sleep-signed treaty. The magnificent game had ended, not with a triumphant flourish, but with a collective, exhausted sigh of surrender. Yet, the legacy of the royal sleepwalking contest was far from insignificant. What began as a desperate attempt to contain a bizarre royal malady inadvertently became the unlikely catalyst for a sweeping, if equally peculiar, series of reforms that reshaped royal etiquette, palace security, and even in subtle ways the very nature of European diplomacy. The chaos of the unconscious had, ironically, forced the waking world into a rigid, almost paranoid, new order. First and foremost, palace security underwent a radical transformation. The scandal of the missing crown and Duchess Clarissa's disarming of Private Heinrich had underscored the terrifying vulnerability of royal assets and personnel. Display cases for precious regalia were no longer merely locked. They were hermetically sealed with multiple interlocking mechanisms, often requiring a complex sequence of levers and a key forged in 3 different foundries to open. The crown of eternal vigilance, once cleaned of its scullery grease and meticulously polished, was now housed in a dedicated subterranean vault, guarded by a 24-hour rotation of guards trained specifically in anti-somnambulant vigilance, who were instructed to immediately redirect with extreme prejudice any approaching figure, noble or otherwise, exhibiting the characteristic. Palace corridors were equipped with discreetly placed tripwires that emitted not alarms, but rather a soft, soothing chime, just loud enough to alert a whispering page, but too gentle to awaken a noble. Staircases were fitted with intricate, silent net systems that could be deployed in an instant to catch any somnambulist who, like Duke Otto, might have an unfortunate penchant for aquatic exploration, or like King Ludwig, an inclination to re-engineer the balustrades. The concept of sleepwalking zones within the palace was introduced, restricting nocturnal wanderings to designated, padded wings, though this was largely ignored by the more determined perambulators. The role of the whispering pages evolved from a hastily assembled corps of anxious valets into a highly trained elite profession. Academies for somnambulant guidance and documentation were established across Europe, teaching prospective pages the delicate art of silent redirection, the precise method of pedometer recalibration on a moving limb, and the intricate nuances of deciphering unconscious artistic expression from accidental breakage. They were equipped with specialized quill-tipped tracking sticks, allowing them to record a noble's precise movements from a discrete distance, minimizing direct contact. Their notebooks, once filled with frantic scribbles, became revered historical documents, offering unparalleled, if bewildering, insights into the unconscious lives of Europe's elite. Their salaries were naturally greatly increased, a testament to the profound and exhausting importance of their new calling. Royal etiquette, too, found itself unexpectedly reshaped by the debacle. The very notion of bedtime for nobles, once a loose suggestion, became a matter of strict adherence. Court physicians, emboldened by Dr. Kessel's increasingly frantic pronouncements, began to issue mandatory nocturnal activity assessments for all members of the royal family and visiting dignitaries. Those deemed high-risk somnambulists were often prescribed custom-fitted sleep nets for their beds, elaborate yet comfortable restraints designed to prevent midnight peregrinations, or, in particularly severe cases, a nightly calming draught of surprisingly potent, if foul-tasting, herbal concoction. The wearing of nightgowns or nightshirts in public areas during the day was now strictly forbidden, lest it trigger unconscious associations. The diplomatic practice of leaving important documents unattended, even for a moment, vanished entirely, replaced by a meticulous system of immediate shredding or fireproofing. Ambassadors learned to guard their official seals with the same ferocity they guarded their own lives. Perhaps the most significant, if unacknowledged, legacy was the profound impact on international relations. The Somnambulant Treaty of the Whispering Willow Mine became a legal and diplomatic legend, cited in every international law textbook as the prime example of a force majeure by unconscious means. A new, universally accepted, awakened consent clause was swiftly drafted and implemented in all future treaties. Any agreement reached or document signed by a party later proven to have been in a state of somnambulism would be considered null and void, requiring immediate, conscious renegotiation. This led to a curious custom of observing signing ceremonies for any subtle, unseeing glaze in a diplomat's eyes, a nervous habit that persisted for decades. The discovery of Monsieur Dubois, the sleepwalking spy, meanwhile, ushered in a new era of counterintelligence. Spymasters across Europe began to train their agents not just in disguise and infiltration, but also in the art of fine somnambulisming, a highly specialized and deeply ironic skill that involved mimicking the precise vacant stare and accidental stumble of a genuine sleepwalker while remaining acutely aware of their surroundings. This, of course, led to further paranoia, as no one could ever be truly certain if a sleepwalking noble was genuinely afflicted or merely a cunning agent. And for the commoners, the sleepwalking rebellion slowly subsided, not due to harsh repression, but due to a subtle shift in policy. Minister von Zephyr, exhausted by the endless reports of donkey-shaped fields and bread-filled larders, quietly initiated minor reforms. A slight reduction in turnip taxes, a marginal increase in weavers' wages, a public inquiry into the cost of ale. These concessions, however small, removed the immediate impetus for the unconscious protests, though the precedent for non-violent, absurd civil disobedience had been set, lingering as a curious footnote in the annals of social unrest. The fear of demonic revelry, however, continued to inspire new protective bedtime rituals and the frequent blessing of homes by weary priests. King Ludwig II, though never fully recalling the details of his midnight epiphany, remained subtly changed. He still sleepwalked, his pedometer still clicked, but his nocturnal architectural projects became, perhaps, slightly less ambitious, and his unconscious wanderings often led him back to the Hall of Monarchs, where he would simply stand, gazing at the meticulously secured display case of the crown, a vague, lingering sense of responsibility weighing upon his dreaming. The crown of eternal vigilance, though cleaned and safeguarded, carried with it the faint spectral scent of lye soap and the unspoken memory of its undignified bath, a constant reminder to the royal court that even the most sacred symbols could fall victim to the magnificent, royal, unconscious chaos. The contest was over, but its unexpected legacy, a bewildering tapestry of reforms born from profound absurdity, had irrevocably altered the course of history, one sleepless night at a time. Chapter 19. Modern sleepwalking myths. The Bavarian Palace, a once stately edifice of tradition and predictable royal routine, now resembled a particularly elegant asylum, perpetually teetering on the brink of complete somnambulant collapse. The air thrummed not with the usual courtly gossip, but with the hushed recounting of the previous night's unconscious exploits. The astonishingly precise bread delivery of Lord Pumpernickel, which had filled the larder to overflowing with fragrant loaves, while simultaneously crushing a barrel of pickled quinces. The chilling efficiency with which Duchess Clarissa had disarmed a palace guard, sparking whispers of Wallachian sleeper. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his robust frame now perpetually slumped, moved through the corridors with the gait of a man navigating a particularly treacherous bog, his stout umbrella serving less as an accessory and more as a spiritual crutch. Dr. Kessel, meanwhile, seemed to exist solely on a diet of strong coffee, and even stronger convictions that the human brain was a far more terrifying organ than any plague. The popular sleepwalking rebellion among the commoners, transforming fields into donkey-shaped insults and bakeries into political statements, had further inflamed tensions, proving that the chaos was no longer confined to the gilded cage of nobility. The very fabric of society seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread, at the whimsical, unseeing hands of the slumbering. And the recent, horrifying discovery of Monsieur Dubois, the spy who had so expertly feigned somnambulism to eavesdrop on sensitive state secrets, had shattered the last vestiges of trust, proving that the night, and indeed the entire competition, was now a dangerous charade, a perilous game where nothing was as it seemed. King Ludwig II of Bavaria, the unwitting architect of this grand, bewildering experiment, remained, in his waking hours, largely oblivious to the full extent of the calamity he had unleashed. His ministers, weary and haggard, delivered their daily reports with careful omissions, shielding His Majesty from the most egregious details, fearing that a full accounting might send him into a waking fit of apoplexy, or worse, a permanent state of profound, inconvenient lucidity. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, and the peculiar ritual of the sleepwalking contest resumed, Ludwig, too, joined the nightly perambulations, his own somnambulism continuing its grand architectural odyssey, untouched by the growing storm. His pedometer, as always, clicked softly, meticulously recording his long, purposeful wanderings through the palace. On the 7th night of the contest, King Ludwig began his nightly journey with his usual determination. His particular quirk, as the kingdom well knew, was the relentless re-engineering of his surroundings. Tonight he was fixated on the Grand Salon, a vast chamber that in his sleep he perceived as having fundamentally flawed acoustics for silent, invisible symphonies. His goal was to rearrange the immense gilded mirrors to create a perfect echo chamber, a silent monument to unheard music. His loyal whispering pages, experts in guiding their monarch away from large breakable objects and towards pre-approved sturdy ones, followed close behind, their hands already anticipating the subtle redirects required to prevent mass reflection-based casualties. Ludwig moved with the steady, unseeing grace of a man entirely consumed by an internal vision, his nightshirt billowing softly behind him. He began to drag a particularly heavy velvet settee across the polished marble floor, its muffled scrape echoing in the cavernous room. But as he pulled the settee, his unseeing eyes swept across a series of objects that, for the first time, seemed to coalesce into a coherent, alarming narrative within his somnambulant mind. He passed a grand, ornate table where only hours before, Minister von Zephyr had been furiously attempting to redraft the Whispering Willow Mine Treaty, its lines still faintly visible beneath a hastily placed lace cloth. Ludwig paused, his hand hovering over the parchment. To his sleeping mind, this was not merely paper. It was a tangle, a jumble, a puzzle that needed correcting. Yet, instead of tidying it, a faint tremor ran through his hand. He continued, drifting towards a nearby alcove. There, tucked away in a corner, stood a discarded military uniform. It was Private Heinrich's tunic, still missing a few buttons from Duchess Clarissa's untangling efforts, and a single unlaced boot. Beside it lay the detached head of a halberd, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Ludwig paused again. To his sleeping mind, these were not mere objects. They were fragments of a deeper, unsettling disarray. He reached out, not to reassemble, but to simply touch the cold metal of the halberd head. A flicker, like a distant lightning strike, seemed to cross his otherwise vacant eyes. His path then led him, inexplicably, towards the grand staircase. As he ascended, his eyes fell upon a faint, brownish smudge on the pristine white marble. It was a lingering stain from the stable cat, which had, on a previous night, enjoyed a brief, if utterly undignified, reign as the crowned monarch of the stables. The memory, or rather, the sensation of the crowned sacrilege, now felt tangible, leaving a sour taste in his unseeing mouth. And then, at the top of the stairs, another anomaly, a faint, peculiar outline on the wall. It was a chalk drawing, crude yet unmistakably defiant, depicting a donkey with a crown on its head, clearly left by a sleepwalking peasant from the rebellion that had begun to spread through the kingdom. It was too much. The confluence of these bizarre, interconnected incidents, the treaty, the disarmed guard, the crown's desecration, the peasants' silent rebellion, the very air thick with the residue of diplomatic chaos and spiritual condemnation, all slammed into King Ludwig's unconscious mind with the force of a battering ram. He stopped dead. His hands, which moments before had been poised to rearrange a vast gilded mirror, now slowly, shakily, dropped to his sides. His wide, unseeing eyes seemed to acquire a terrifying internal focus. The music he had been attempting to conduct in his sleep, the silent symphony of ordered mirrors, fractured. Instead, a cacophony of sound assaulted his dreaming consciousness. The distant guedode of Lord Pumpernickel's bread gold being deposited, the frantic scribbling of the spy Dubois' whispering pages, the solemn, thunderous voice of Archbishop Ignatius condemning his demonic revelry, the muffled geek-sploosh of Duke Otto and It was a symphony of chaos, a chorus of unintended consequences, each note a direct result of the peculiar competition he had sanctioned. He saw it all, not as a series of isolated events, but as a vast, intricate, and utterly uncontrolled tapestry of disaster, woven by the unseeing hands of his noble guests, and most chillingly by his own somnambulistic impulses. His architectural re-engineering, which had once seemed a harmless eccentricity, now appeared as a bizarre, self-destructive metaphor for his reign, dismantling the very foundations of his kingdom. The competition, intended to control the problem of sleepwalking, had simply opened a floodgate for every conceivable form of chaos. Diplomatic crises, security breaches, economic disruption, spiritual condemnation, and popular rebellion. The pursuit of most restless noble had not brought order. It had brought the kingdom to the brink of profound, unmanageable disarray. In this rare, terrible moment of clarity, King Ludwig II did not awaken. But his sleepwalking ceased its constructive, chaotic purpose. Instead, he turned slowly, his vacant eyes now seeming to hold a glimmer of profound existential dread. He began to pace, not with the purposeful stride of a redecorator, but with the halting, uncertain steps of a man lost in a terrifying maze. He walked past the fragmented evidence of the contest's failures, his movements now conveying a profound sense of urgency, a silent, desperate search for an exit from the nightmare he had inadvertently conjured. He wandered into the deserted Hall of Monarchs, where the empty display case of the Crown of Eternal Vigilance mocked him with its vacancy. He then drifted towards the antechamber of Minister von Zephyr's quarters, his hand reaching out, not to rearrange a painting, but to grasp the doorknob, as if seeking counsel, even in his slumber. His whispering pages, Lars and Sven, watched with growing alarm. Their king was not creating. He was simply searching, his unconscious mind wrestling with a truth too terrible for his waking self to bear. As dawn broke, painting the disheveled palace in a pallid, exhausted light, King Ludwig VII was found not in his bed, but slumped against the door of Minister von Zephyr's study, his hand still resting on the polished brass knob, as if he had almost knocked, almost sought help. His nightshirt was slightly rumpled, his pedometer indicated a staggering distance, but his face, usually placid in slumber, was etched with a profound, almost human weariness. There was a subtle tension in his jaw, a faint line etched between his brows that spoke of an unseen struggle. When he finally stirred, slowly, and opened his eyes, they still held a faint, lingering shadow of the Epiphany. He stretched, yawned, and blinked. "Klaus," he murmured, his voice hoarse, a strange inflection to it. "I had the most dreadful dream." The palace was untidy, and there were so many loaves of bread in the larder, and a donkey. He paused, rubbing his brow, a vague sense of unease clinging to him like a damp shroud. "I believe," he said more to himself than to his still sleeping staff, "we may have made a grave error." Minister von Zephyr, summoned moments later by the frantic whispering pages, found King Ludwig sitting on the floor, looking entirely unroyal, yet utterly, uncharacteristically thoughtful. The king's morning routine of immediate demands for coffee and a review of his waistcoats was abandoned. Instead, he simply gazed out the window at the rising sun, the faint trace of understanding still in his eyes. He didn't remember the full scope of his midnight epiphany, the specific details of the treaties or the spies, but a core, undeniable truth had imprinted itself upon his psyche. The contest had spiraled into an uncontrollable vortex. It was no longer a matter of sport or amusement. It was a crisis, deep and pervasive, threatening to unravel the very kingdom he presided over. And for the first time, King Ludwig II, the accidental instigator of it all, felt the true waking weight of his somnambulistic folly. The game, he sensed, had profoundly, irrevocably changed. The decision to abruptly conclude the royal sleepwalking contest, though initially met with a peculiar mixture of relief and disappointment, was delivered by Minister von Zephyr with the solemnity usually reserved for declarations of war or the announcement of new, unpopular taxes. King Ludwig, still operating under the subtle, lingering shadow of his midnight epiphany, gave his assent with a quiet nod, his gaze unfocused, as if still searching for the invisible donkey. The official reason provided for the cancellation was a vague yet grand pronouncement about the unforeseen and profound complexities of the royal unconscious, a phrase crafted by Dr. Kessel in a fit of sleep-deprived genius. In truth, the palace was teetering on the brink of complete diplomatic collapse, civil unrest, and perhaps a genuine war sparked by a sleep-signed treaty. The magnificent game had ended, not with a triumphant flourish, but with a collective, exhausted sigh of surrender. Yet, the legacy of the royal sleepwalking contest was far from insignificant. What began as a desperate attempt to contain a bizarre royal malady inadvertently became the unlikely catalyst for a sweeping, if equally peculiar, series of reforms that reshaped royal etiquette, palace security, and even in subtle ways, the very nature of European diplomacy. The chaos of the unconscious had ironically forced the waking world into a rigid, almost paranoid new order. First and foremost, palace security underwent a radical transformation. The scandal of the missing crown and Duchess, Clarissa's disarming of Private Heinrich, had underscored the terrifying vulnerability of royal assets and personnel. Display cases for precious regalia were no longer merely locked. They were hermetically sealed with multiple interlocking mechanisms, often requiring a complex sequence of levers and a key forged in 3 different foundries to open. The crown of eternal vigilance, once cleaned of its scullery grease and meticulously polished, was now housed in a dedicated subterranean vault, guarded by a 24-hour rotation of guards trained specifically in anti-somnambulant vigilance, who were instructed to immediately redirect with extreme prejudice any approaching figure, noble or otherwise. Palace corridors were equipped with discreetly placed tripwires that emitted not alarms, but rather a soft, soothing chime just loud enough to alert a whispering page, but too gentle to awaken a noble. Staircases were fitted with intricate, silent net systems that could be deployed in an instant to catch any somnambulist who, like Duke Otto, might have an unfortunate penchant for aquatic exploration or, like King Ludwig, an inclination to re-engineer the balustrades. The concept of sleepwalking zones within the palace was introduced, restricting nocturnal wanderings to designated, padded wings, though this was largely ignored by the more determined perambulators. The role of the whispering pages evolved from a hastily assembled corps of anxious valets into a highly trained, elite profession. Academies for somnambulant guidance and documentation were established across Europe, teaching prospective pages the delicate art of silent redirection. The precise method of pedometer recalibration on a moving limb, and the intricate nuances of deciphering unconscious artistic expression from accidental breakage. They were equipped with specialized quill-tip tracking sticks, allowing them to record a noble's precise movements from a discreet distance, minimizing direct contact. Their notebooks, once filled with frantic scribbles, became revered historical documents, offering unparalleled, if bewildering, insights into the unconscious lives of Europe's elite. Their salaries were naturally greatly increased, a testament to the profound and exhausting importance of their new calling. Royal etiquette, too, found itself unexpectedly reshaped by the debacle. The very notion of bedtime for nobles, once a loose suggestion, became a matter of strict adherence. Court physicians, emboldened by Dr. Kessel's increasingly frantic pronouncements, began to issue mandatory nocturnal activity assessments for all members of the royal family and visiting dignitaries. Those deemed high-risk somnambulists were often prescribed custom-fitted sleep nets for their beds, elaborate yet comfortable restraints designed to prevent midnight peregrinations. Or, in particularly severe cases, a nightly calming draught of surprising herbal concoctions. The wearing of nightgowns or nightshirts in public areas during the day was now strictly forbidden, lest it trigger unconscious associations. The diplomatic practice of leaving important documents unattended, even for a moment, vanished entirely, replaced by a meticulous system of immediate shredding or fireproofing. Ambassadors learned to guard their official seals with the same ferocity they guarded their own lives. Perhaps the most significant, if unacknowledged, legacy was the profound impact on international relations. The Somnambulant Treaty of the Whispering Willow Mine became a legal and diplomatic legend, cited in every international law textbook as the prime example of a force majeure by unconscious means. A new universally accepted awakened consent clause was swiftly drafted and implemented in all future treaties. Any agreement reached or document signed by a party later proven to have been in a state of somnambulism would be considered null and void, requiring immediate conscious renegotiation. This led to a curious custom of observing signing ceremonies for any subtle, unseeing glaze in a diplomat's eyes, a nervous habit that persisted for decades. The discovery of M. Dubois, the sleepwalking spy, meanwhile, ushered in a new era of counterintelligence. Spy masters across Europe began to train their agents not just in disguise and infiltration, but also in the art of feigned somnambulism, a highly specialized and deeply ironic skill that involved mimicking the precise vacant stare and accidental stumble of a genuine sleepwalker, while remaining acutely aware of their surroundings. This, of course, led to further paranoia, as no one could ever be truly certain if a sleepwalking noble was genuinely afflicted or merely a cunning agent. And for the commoners, the sleepwalking rebellion slowly subsided, not due to harsh repression, but due to a subtle shift in policy. Minister Fonsefier, exhausted by the endless reports of donkey-shaped fields and bread-filled larders, quietly initiated minor reforms: a slight reduction in turnip taxes, a marginal increase in weavers' wages, a public inquiry into the cost of ale. These concessions, however small, removed the immediate impetus for the unconscious protests, though the precedent for non-violent, absurd civil disobedience had been set, lingering as a curious footnote in the annals of social unrest. The fear of demonic revelry, however, continued to inspire new protective bedtime rituals, and the frequent blessing of homes by weary priests. King Ludwig XVI, though never fully recalling the details of his midnight epiphany, remained subtly changed. He still sleepwalked, his pedometer still clicked, but his nocturnal architectural projects became perhaps slightly less ambitious, and his unconscious wanderings often led him back to the Hall of Monarchs, where he would simply stand, gazing at the meticulously secured display case of the crown, a vague, lingering sense of responsibility weighing upon his dreaming mind. The crown of eternal vigilance, though cleaned and safeguarded, carried with it the faint, spectral scent of lye soap and the unspoken memory of its undignified bath, a constant reminder to the royal court that even the most sacred symbols could fall victim to the magnificent, royal, unconscious chaos. The contest was over, but its unexpected legacy, a bewildering tapestry of reforms born from profound absurdity, had irrevocably altered the course of history, one sleepless night at a time. As the echoes of the royal sleepwalking contest faded into the annals of European history, becoming little more than a peculiar, whispered anecdote in the grander narratives of wars and revolutions, its influence lingered, not only in the revised palace protocols and diplomatic clauses, but in the subtle, enduring misconceptions about sleepwalking itself. Even today, centuries removed from King Ludwig's architectural reveries and Duchess Clarissa's disarming gestures, many of the myths we hold about this nocturnal phenomenon bear an uncanny resemblance to the very absurdities that unfolded within the Bavarian palace walls. Consider, for instance, the pervasive and deeply entrenched belief that one should never, under any circumstances, awaken a sleepwalker. This myth, often delivered with an air of grave authority, posits that to rouse a somnambulist is to risk throwing them into a state of shock, inducing a heart attack, or even driving them to madness. One might almost hear the faint rustle of a whispering page's felt slippers in the background of such a caution. In the context of the royal sleepwalking contest, this rule was paramount, a non-negotiable decree that allowed the entire ludicrous spectacle to proceed. Had Private Heinrich been permitted to simply shout at Duchess Clarissa as she unbuttoned his waistcoat, or had Ambassador Foggins been gently but firmly ushered back to his bed before he corrected the Whispering Willow Mine Treaty, much of the ensuing chaos might have been averted. The contest, by strictly enforcing this no awakening rule to ensure fair play, inadvertently reinforced the dramatic, almost mystical danger associated with disturbing a sleepwalker. The reality, of course, is far less dramatic. Waking a sleepwalker usually results in confusion and disorientation, not cataclysm. But the image of a bewildered, potentially enraged noble waking to find their grand nocturnal project undone was a powerful deterrent, and thus the myth endured, perhaps whispered by anxious valets across generations. Then there is the widespread notion that sleepwalking is a direct, unfiltered expression of a person's deepest desires, their hidden talents, or even their darkest secrets. This belief, so vividly illustrated by the contestants of the royal sleepwalking contest, persists in popular imagination. Did King Ludwig, in his tireless re-engineering of the palace, reveal a suppressed architectural genius? Did Duchess Amalie's glowing fungal gardens hint at a secret, bioluminescent ambition? Did Prince Louis Philippe's battlefield strategies expose a tactical brilliance obscured by his waking indecision? The contest's creative expression category, with its subjective judging of unconscious artistry, directly fed into this romantic, yet often misleading, idea. People observed the sleepwalking nobles performing complex tasks, from weaving intricate tapestries to drawing detailed maps, and drew the conclusion that these actions stemmed from some profound, unconscious wellspring of talent or suppressed personality. In truth, modern sleep science suggests that while sleepwalkers perform complex actions, these are typically rote, automatic behaviors, often tied to a desire to perform an unfinished waking task or a response to an internal dream narrative, rather than a direct window into the soul. Yet, the allure of the sleepwalker as a conduit for the hidden self remains. A charming echo of the bewildered European courts, trying to decipher the meaning of a sleeping Countess Isolde's politically charged tapestry. The fear, particularly stoked by Archbishop Ignatius's fiery sermons, that sleepwalking might be a sign of demonic possession or a mind compromised by malevolent forces, also finds its parallel in historical and even some modern folk beliefs. The Archbishop, witnessing the irrationality and chaos wrought by the nobles, quickly attributed it to demonic revelry, and this interpretation resonated deeply with a superstitious populace. While today few would suggest a sleepwalker is possessed by a demon, the association of sleepwalking with mental instability or something not quite right about a person's mind still lingers in certain corners. The peasant sleepwalking rebellion, where commoners find somnambulism as a shield against punishment, further blurred the line between genuine affliction and deliberate deception, contributing to a lasting societal suspicion about the very nature of unconscious behavior. If a sleepwalker could dismantle a government or redraw a treaty, could they not also be acting under some unseen, untoward influence? And what of the spy, Monsieur Dubois, who so expertly manipulated the rules of the contest? His actions cemented the fear that sleepwalking could be a deliberate cover for nefarious activities. This particular misconception, though perhaps less common than the no awakening myth, feeds into a deeper human paranoia. The idea that people are not what they seem, that their apparent unconsciousness might be a cunning facade. Dubois proved that in a world where sleepwalking was tolerated, even celebrated, as a royal eccentricity, it could also become the perfect cloak for espionage. This historical precedent, however fictionalized in our story, reflects a very real human tendency to interpret ambiguous behavior as intentional, particularly when trust is already fractured. The royal sleepwalking contest, for all its ludicrous rules and calamitous outcomes, served as a peculiar historical laboratory for human behavior under duress. It dramatically exaggerated the common phenomena of sleepwalking, casting it upon a grand international stage, and in doing so, amplified the public's understanding and misunderstanding of the condition. The Somnambulant Treaty, the baker's midnight delivery, the scandal of the missing crown, and the peasants' sleepwalking rebellion became, in the collective memory, not just amusing anecdotes, but cautionary tales and origin stories for beliefs that, centuries later, still quietly shape our perception. So, the next time you hear a hushed whisper about not waking a sleepwalker, or a knowing chuckle about a person's true self emerging in their sleep, remember the opulent, bewildered halls of the Bavarian palace. Remember King Ludwig, endlessly re-engineering his surroundings. Remember Duchess Amalie, cultivating glowing moss. Remember the crown of eternal vigilance, soaking indignantly in a scullery bucket. The line between historical fact and enduring myth, like the line between waking and sleeping, can often be wonderfully, comically, and sometimes tragically blurred, especially when left to the magnificent, royal unconscious chaos. Chapter 20. A lullaby for the restless. The Bavarian palace, now irrevocably marked by the magnificent, royal, unconscious chaos it had hosted, slowly began its long, peculiar recovery. The official cessation of the royal sleepwalking contest, while greeted with a collective, profound sigh of relief by the court, left behind a strange, almost wistful emptiness. The nights, once filled with the soft click of pedometers, the rustle of nightgowns, and the muffled thud of re-engineered furniture, reverted to a more conventional, if still subtly paranoid, silence. Minister Klaus von Zephyr, his stout umbrella finally laid to rest beside his now immaculately pressed waistcoats, found himself with an abundance of time, which he mostly spent staring blankly at the newly reinforced palace wall. Dr. Kessel, having diagnosed himself with an acute case of somnambulant fatigue, retired to a quiet country estate, where he dedicated his remaining years to the study of particularly inert mosses. Yet, the lessons learned from those bewildering nights, born of absurdity and unintended consequences, would echo through the gilded halls of Europe for generations to come, a strange lullaby for the restless, reminding them of the true nature of power, the folly of pride, and the undeniable fundamental need for a truly good night's sleep. The sheer, breathtaking absurdity of the royal sleepwalking contest remains, even centuries later, a monument to human folly and institutional desperation. It was a problem born of an undignified ailment monarchs, those divine arbiters of fate stumbling through their palaces in their nightclothes, and met with an equally undignified, yet impeccably formal, solution. To address a widespread epidemic of unconscious perambulation, Europe's most powerful minds concocted a competition, complete with judges, rules, and categories for creative expression and obstacle negotiation. The very notion was a satire in motion, a living, breathing caricature of courtly life, yet it was undertaken with the gravitas of a declaration of war. That a king would sanction an event where his peers competed to see who could most creatively rearrange his property or inadvertently disarm his guards speaks volumes about the peculiar pressures of 18th century royalty, where maintaining an air of control, however illusory, was paramount. The idea that one could channel the anarchic whims of the unconscious mind into a structured, competitive sport was, in hindsight, a comedic masterpiece, a testament to the profound human desire to impose order even upon the most chaotic of natural phenomena. Yet, beneath this thick veneer of absurdity lay profound lessons about the nature of power. The contest irrevocably exposed the inherent fragility of waking authority when confronted by the unpredictable force of the unconscious. Monarchs, accustomed to issuing decrees and commanding armies, found themselves powerless against their own dreaming selves. King Ludwig's estimate, the very embodiment of Bavarian sovereignty, discovered that his unconscious mind could dismantle the palace, rearrange its heating system, or inadvertently crown a stable cat with the symbol of his reign, all while his waking self remained blissfully unaware. The Somnambulant Treaty of the Whispering Willow Mine, sealed by an unconscious British ambassador correcting a smudge, demonstrated that international policy could be dictated by a dream, a terrifying prospect for those who prided themselves on their conscious geopolitical acumen. The Disarming of Private Heinrich by Duchess Clarissa highlighted that palace security, supposedly ironclad, was no match for a sleepwalking noble with a penchant for untangling. Power, it seemed, was not merely vested in titles or armies, but could be inadvertently wielded by the most oblivious among them, making the grand tapestry of statecraft feel as flimsy as a cobweb in a breeze. The lesson was stark. Control, when it came to the depths of the human mind, was often an illusion, and the mightiest sovereign could be rendered utterly impotent by their own slumbering quirks. The contest also served as a brutal, if unintended, lesson in the corrosive nature of pride. It was royal pride, after all, that initially spurred the competition, the desperate need to find a dignified way to manage an undignified epidemic, to prevent noble sleepwalking from becoming a public spectacle of ridicule. Yet, the contest itself became the ultimate source of public humiliation. The Swedish delegation's fury at their crown's undignified sojourn in a scullery bucket, the Viridian ambassador's outrage at a treaty altered by a sleeping hand, the French embarrassment over a spy exploiting the very premise of the event, each incident chipped away at the carefully constructed facade of aristocratic decorum. The nobility, in attempting to sanitize and formalize their nocturnal antics, merely amplified their exposure, transforming private eccentricities into international incidents. Their attempts to maintain an air of composure while their dignities were systematically undermined by their own sleeping forms was a masterclass in unintentional self-sabotage. The most restless noble was not a title of honor, but a badge of ironic shame, proving that pride, when faced with the irresistible force of unconscious chaos, was destined for a particularly damp, greasy fall. Ultimately, perhaps the most profound and ironically the simplest lesson gleaned from the entire bewildering episode was the sheer, undeniable necessity of a good night's sleep. The entire crisis, from the widespread royal insomnia epidemic to the frantic exhaustion of Minister von Zephyr and the whispering pages, underscored the foundational human need for undisturbed rest. The attempts to manage the sleepwalking through competitions, elaborate rules, and increasingly complex security measures were ultimately futile because they failed to address the root cause, a profound lack of restorative slumber. The royal physicians, initially prescribing leeches and bizarre diets, Eventually, after witnessing the escalating chaos, pivoted towards simpler, more effective remedies, however reluctantly. The quiet comfort of a bed, the soothing stillness of a darkened room, the gentle lull of genuine, dreamless sleep, these were the true antidotes to the rampant disarray. The palace, once a stage for nocturnal madness, gradually became a quieter place, not because the sleepwalkers had been cured, but because the court had, through bitter experience, learned the value of rest. Mandatory bedtimes, sleep-inducing draughts, and the quiet comfort of secured bedchambers became the new, unconventional bulwarks against geopolitical instability. The enduring legacy of the royal sleepwalking contest, then, is a paradoxical one. It was a failure in its stated purpose, failing spectacularly to bring order to the chaos of sleepwalking, and instead creating a political crisis of unprecedented absurdity. Yet, in its spectacular failure, it unintentionally sparked crucial reforms in palace security, redefined the very nature of diplomatic negotiation, giving rise to the awakened consent clause, and transformed the humble role of a valet into the esteemed profession of somnambulant guidance and documentation. Even, in its own peculiar way, influenced popular misconceptions about sleepwalking, ensuring that the dramatic, often humorous, interpretations of unconscious actions would linger in the collective imagination for centuries. Well, and so, as the final gaslights in the Bavarian palace are dimmed, and the last of the weary whispering pages finally retires to their own, perhaps dream-filled, slumber, we are left with the quiet echo of a unique chapter in history. A chapter where crowns found themselves in scullery buckets, where treaties were sealed by sleepwalking spies, and where the dignity of nations hung by the thread of an unseeing gaze. It is a story that reminds us that even in the most rigid and formal of worlds, chaos can bloom from the most unexpected places, particularly when the restless mind is allowed to wander unchecked. And perhaps, as you listen to the gentle whispers of the night, you might find yourself reflecting on the profound truth that sometimes the most revolutionary act, the greatest lesson, and indeed the most powerful political statement, can be found not in grand declarations or fierce battles, but in the quiet, undisturbed simplicity of a